Thank you for being here. It's been a little bit. Lots of love. Lots of goodness. I hope you've been doing good. I love you. It's a wonderful day to be alive. It's great energy. The blessings that I'm going over this morning, this afternoon, this evening, wherever it is where you are, it's all for healing. It's all for love. It's all for kindness and goodness. There's no energy being taken. It's energy being given. Opening up pathways for healing, connections for mind, body, and soul. And so without further ado, circle now, we conjure thee, that thou mayest the boundary be between the world of men we know and what the mighty one shall show. A guardian and protection be, for power we shall raise in thee. Preserve, contain it in thy spirit, to aid the work we shall do here. So have we consecrated thee, so may our circle blessed be. Sky and sun and sea and earth, teach us, give our wisdom birth. Sun and sea and earth and sky, with your powers gather nigh. Sea and earth and sky and sun, all together for as one. Earth and sky and sun and sea, join us as we call to thee. Loving Lady, mighty Lord, by cup and shield and wand and sword, we ask your presence and your light to bless the work we do this night. Light and darkness, day and night, I bid you collide. Rekindle these warrior spirits, breath of life into their bodies and cause having throngs. Arise, warriors of the past, pick up your swords and prepare to do us battle. Spirits of darkness, arising with the powers of Gwenvile, fight the blight this be dark and night in our right. Zikia kampa, ziana kampa, zidingerkia kampa, zidingarana kampa. Hear me, all that I summon forth by name. Come to me by your head call and answer my most urgent plea, most graciously, through matrimony, most harmoniously, to our loving family. Brno zisakyo, it was on picture right ahead. Hirusha, Hansi Serukai, Korkutijen, was Maha, Turatsuki, Sepitos, I gave the two Uti Shakins in Asara men. Vajramantaya Suva, Vajramanataya Svaran, Nunani, Nuranani, Nurani, Nanunani, Narun, Tum, Vamong Sing Shoni Shanai, Taria Suva, Commissionaya, Yantria Svaha, Ewu, Wawi, Wawu, Wawi, Wawu, Ewu, Ingompram Uncitra Chadi, Padrachatono Suva, Comcitra, Shiatra, Shiva, Ranazvaha, Rurali, the Rudura, the Ruda, Klingon, the Drum. Shong Kang Hong Hong Chong Sing Shong Hayabasharamandaya Suwa Gom Hayabashamanatayasva Azaha Primon Kang Hong Unuma Kushanamon Dar Saratakan Num Namahasamanta Vashanam Ham Who had a year who had a Lula Hang on Kang Hong Unangani Yamai Suwa Gomangaya Yamayasva wu wa wa string on growing on hero cation of Karai by house wa gong jor he and ogachi kat his faha no nunani na kring on prampitron on sherichi barato yaswa gom shisha ifara tayas faha logo on growing Narapashano, Suaco, Manamakar, Tibo, Babu, Bear, Bort, Bear, Ongamin. Paraskushu baru Gilma, Paul Mumu, La Bo, Pogokena, Rabo, Lana, Parasharu, Stand Bala Saruba, Precon, the Lulu Motion, Nabo, Paruni, in a content, the Lulu Go, Hal, the Gorabari, Shugilla, Gabolo, Gilma, Mashel, Gores, Luma, Popo, Maru, Karagaziku, Gigim, Pranam, Bakalamuzi, in Gibilano. Chaju Mashanana, Sarulim, Barmanatu, Zizi, Mashetnana, Runa, Armanti, Tumutuku, Ratiki, Lukurugur, Sidor, Kinman, Guy, Colesi, Cornenic, Neberu, Derke, Kari, Namtalaku, Banu, Tuku, Kakumoshkar, Sana, Zakarim, Mashti, Shartu, Mala, Baka, Kandaglu, Kador, Marata, Corbo, Marutuku, Rakorius, Sarulu, Pan Masking, Tutu, Deriku, King, Lukatet, Makia, Parutuku, Nadalukaran, Makia, Pandorabishu, Saruri, Munabana, Hatu, Zarim, Mashagaranu, Sulomar antara bawa gipil baling menatata baru daga tuku mashmashti sori mashano gor supori mashados sierra pariku babara zuzukan pa ugalab to bora ni bore king para rimu baru kakuramu ninuam gashti. We are Isaronofres, whom is found perfect before the Netanoma Shinyu. We have said, these are the elements of our body, perfected through suffering, glorified through trial. The scent of the dying rose is as the repressed sigh of our suffering, and the flame-red fire is the energy of our undaunted will. And the cup of wine is the pouring out of the blood of our heart, sacrificed unto regeneration, unto the newer life. And the bread and salt are as the foundations of our body, which we destroy in order that they may be renewed. For we are Esau triumphant, even Esau Onofris, the justified one. We are he who is clothed with the body of flesh, yet in whom flames the spirit of the eternal Nethanim Devkamiel shedding you. We are the Lord, the neb of life. We are triumphant over death, and whosoever partaketh with us shall arise. We are the manifester in matter of those whose abode is the invisible. We are the purified. We stand upon the multiverse. We are its reconciler with the eternal Nethanim Devkamiel shedding you. We are the perfecter of matter, and without us the multiverse is not. Hail to Huri, making victorious Hosor over his enemies, on the night out of battle, and of making the fettering of the Sabal, they that of destroying the enemies of Neber Tashar, night that of making the stand, Jed and Jedjedu. Salutation of power, Father, Mother, Supreme Being, who comes as to Huri. Thanks for the words divine. Our will, mind, and heart belongs to you. Our heart belongs to you. As to Huri Samakaru, Asarar Kaptak Karpui and Albo, Oin Arit Sotsabo, Herupu, and Hakim to Captain Nunapatisher, Karpui and Soho, Jarm Jet, two in Israel, Tefmuk Netter, Dam to Hurti, to Arnatu Netter, Payabarni to Babarni to. Empress of the skies, heavenly queen, beloved, all said our heart is keen, from darkness to be released, to connect with our power in deepest peace. Bless us that this may be so, in accordance with Aru's plan that we grow. Beloved queen, clothe us in your authority and light. We now claim our spiritual birthright. Goddess Kedmetonket, whom loves us, protect us now. We rest in your heart of love and peace, so be it. Also, Ronovras will confirm. Lady Olseta Nebi Sarapi, shining bright. Support our Merkaba, build our collective body of light. We are in your protection now, and from harm we are free. Align us now with our inner divinity. Through our own free will, as beings of light, we now allow our Merkaba to alight, arising from below and descending from above. Penetrate darkness too with divine light and love. Merkaba protection, body and spirit is one. Fragmentation and disconnection are now forever undone. Likim Lunus, Clarile Staxar, Apertu, Marti, Curly, Turkni, Libia, Yalu, Hamesh, Yerkin Mesh, Sharilu, Sayans, Yami, Yela, Warata, Rotor, Mujersha. Shamasha Kashapi, Kashapi, Ayapisha, Mush, Yapish, Kiar, Kima, Kinor, Kutorshur, Alerim, Lisuru, Lizurbu, Hatuku, Epitashur, Kima Mana, Tu, Hinati, Tu, Shuli, Tu, Mana, Ulu, Shunulini, Shurmana, Kulu, Dini, Shunuliki, Shrumana, Kulu, Tari, Karama, Shaluti, Sharka, Sharpi, Sharushi, Reaposhu, Shurbi, Arki, Shurpo, Yusidingar, Korka, Shareba, Kampa. Isaya Ria Garia Capia Shabia Shirika Jirika Dupira Laka Isaya Rorie Galimutiku Mukima Kutri Shamia Ina Zumria Isaya Ina Zumria Riga Ina Zumria Piesha Ina Zumria Zirika Ina Zumria Dupira Ina Zumria Laka Ina Zumria Latara Ina Zumria Latatex Ina Zumria Latakaruba Ina Zumria Latasarnika Nish Shamash Kapulu Tamatunish Inki Bergi Mrilu Tamatunish Parduk Mashmash Lani Lu Tamatunu Nish Kishbari Kamikunu Lu Tamatunu Ina Zumria Lu Tabrasama Ya Runeni Abar Nani Ba Perik Ba Gabaez Akabaez Bakabor Bagabaez Akabaez Akabor Bagabaez Akabaez Perik Benanim Nani Barunen Ya Korbor Ya Rimba Gara Rimba Gora Ya Ki Yaksaka Ki Yasaduti Ekika So Ekika Tulu Ya Om Shrim Vajra Verkani Rim Vatva Om Shrim Nim 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 Vajra Verkani Rim Vatva Om Hrim Shrim Hrim Hrim Im Vajravarkani Hrim Hrim Patvaha. Om Hrim Shrim Hrim Hrim Im Vajravarkani Hrim Hrim Patvaha. Anushubam Gigapsu Kisharike Gagoshagda Seshara Mara Yadin Gorud Kalamas Nikudin Gatinab Guriuna Slaniku Gariasha Shukmur Kutu Siana Kampaziki Kampagalu Barana Tarbara Shakpara Gimbara Lalabara Telarbara Maskimbara Urupara Ipabara Lalatubara Lalasubara Karubara Orukubara Gelgorbara Dilitubara Utu Solatin Nazu Lala Solatin Nazu Kigim Soladin Nazu Mula Soladin Nazu Tigadin Nazu Maskim Su Adin Nazu Bara Adin Nazu Siana Kampazi Kia Kampa Munisixiga Boray Nagish Ashor Gishnu Orma Shaziga Boray Zigar Shab Naik Sharma Zigar Lamsa Yanin Darye Sharki Uku Akbar Dagu Dianam Dea Sarasavito Mandala Mandia Varti Nariana Sari Shira Sarna Sanivise Kiorpan Makuru Kulan Kariti Hari Yaran Maevupu Rsan Kakaran Namaskaran Mantra Om Hram Trayar Namahom Hrim Ravari Namahom Hum Suryayar Namahom Hrim Barna Ver Namahom Hram Kargaryar Namahom Hram Prasner Namaha Om Hram Heran Garbar Haryar Namahom Hrim Mari Karye Namahom Hum Mari Yar Namaha Om Hrim Savitra Namaha Om Hram Orkarya Namaha Om Hra Paskarya Namaha Om Hram Hrim Om Hrim Hram Hras Risro Frasiliana Kiyat Namaha Parasik Yasas Namaskaran Yakarvante Deni Ayo Prasham Palam Viram Kishas Tesam Kaja Yata On Hram Hrim Kung Hrim Mankaruas or Hong Hrim Bang Kibitiara Kibilka Shru Mana Yanduru Tusteshi Lalani Galani Golomari Kishpari Yazi Yazir Gergiara Kampa Enki Mori Porsemitoki Chabubana Shomtoriona Hangishpor by Kibir Bagerazi Aga Kampaka Kambar Lurnu Aga Masaratu is Masarati Sharmushri Churu Chishalim Nurtizi Sani Mayalani Rabuti Shmaya Rabarabi Dina Lati Limrasi Kumnush Lani Mushirti Ia Masarati is Masarati by its Masaratu It's Masaratu Baga Masaratu Ia Masaratu Geravarloni Shamashkori Masaratu Ia Masaratu Zikia Kampaba Kolo Moronefi Shatabara Masaratu Bara Vishnu Krim Visnari Verdam Home Sam Kumberari Yatam Hautum Tep Kubera Debakor Hutep Rompriti Vidatu Bumi Devia Metondu Mutep Nuxek Heru Mariu Ekirnane Depsi Saren Tari Neketa Sukore Te Sepsan Mercirio Tuxu Torata Taisana Homa Misanari Yartamha Omiam Mendra Yartam Ho Purpose of Intraum Tejosato Naya Metan Corpus of Nuxek Sar Now Am Sort Kentucky Suexaka Kartek Aranek Abektanek Sor he said Tefsaruna Pike Mercola Kutulu Tata Lagni Omna Magnari Yartamha Omamia Maria Namaha Harpi Armoma Saratu Taraya Matan Happy no Happy Sakasara now on Amsek Tesek Parte who in the care the eight Kur Ekertarna Nekte Kerta Mormatuya Nuyan Lurian Ginariti Raxasong Sam Raxasari Yarnamha Pamparunari Yarnamha Imset Paruna Ratus Ramalaya Metanim Set Nukim Set Seki Sarina on them Soy Sarupa Pike Incepsanu Nikupete Aramautunen Rate Sevziringarana Kapasitingar Kia Campazebeu, Vayum Yam Vayori Verdamha Morsi Morcola Morulu Mormatu Ziringarana Kapasitingar Kia Campa Uruksutorata Takutulu Tatalaka Zaktuti Takala Ria Lu Yarn Yarn Gizambeu Om Prim Pramarne Namha Pramu Nabu Maharum Saratu Tesraya Metan Kabranu Pakabram Kabra Kabra Kapar Kapru Kapar Kapru Epim Kekabra Shekabram Penambra Morulu Azatuti Kala and is Latin Nebu Mahajat Hatai Saramas Fatia Milketsek Strategy Never Aru Kefmesu Furniture Om Hrim Hom Surya Yarnam Ho Om Hrim Shrim Shundra Yarnam Ho Om Im Hrim Shrim Mangal Yarnam Ho Om Im Shrim Bambur Yarnam Ho Om Hrim Brahmraspati Yarnam Ho Om Hrim Shrim Shukra Yarnam Ho Om Hrim Shrim Samsanachari Yarnam Ho Om Im Hrim Rob Yarnam Ho Omim Rim Ketuper Namhaja Kusum Kasham Kasham Kashara Peria Mahadair Kim Tamorim Sarva Papakna Pranotos Mindivakaram Darisham Katushar Param Kishor Dana Vasam Papa Namami Shashanam Sumam Shambor Mukur Kabushar Nam Darani Karvasam Pur Tam Veru Karti Samaprabham Kumaram Shakti Hastam Tam Magalam Pranimam Ham Priyanku Kraika Sharamamru Perna Pratimam Burham Somyam Somya Kuno Pertam Tam Burham Pranamami Ham Javanam Chari Shernaham Chagurum Kanchana Sani Bambori Putam Tril Kesham Tam Namami Priaspet Tim Himakuntamrin Alabam De Arnam Paramam Porum Sarvasasra Pravaktaram Pargapam Pranamami Aham Nelanjana Samapasam Ravri Putram Yamagrajam Chashari Martarna Sambur Tam Tam Namami Shaneswa Ramatarkaryam Mahaveryam Chandraditya Vimardar Nam Simika Garba Sambur Tam Tam Rahum Pranamami Aham Palasha Pushpasan Karsham Taraka Graham Stakam Rorum Rodat Makam Goram Tam Ketum Pranamami Aham Om Brahmam Rori Triporantakari Panusha Shiburmi Sultan Burasha Kurusha Shukurasha Nigoreu Ketu Sarva Grahama Supra Partam Kurume Shanti 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 Om Bor Sporam Tan Spiritor Variam Barko the Vasyan Mahi Yorion Fracture Ayatom Tataswa Hariam Tataswa Nanasin Yanam Razit Yasin Yanana Basamani Anastaya Kiakampa Magabaki Yanana Kampa Mashrita Nanazia Kampa Yamagia Gamagia Sagastena Kiasha Koloishna Boguru Nebogurios Marcorios Yastro Tuding Karku Yarsinebo Pasarsi Fornius Kampas the Sakashen Palas Kampa Nebo Sataratos Kampa Yagashia Sashia Kukulamani Yashia Markare Story Yargusheria Yarnana Yarnania Ashtapam Parcha Chakarani Yarami Luria Staria Kampa Yanana Ziharma Kampa Zirasarma Kampa Ya Begi Razolur Shmashutu Yazordulushi Zakatabarani Yatariachi Ubartala Kartabarni Yakampa Ziringaruru Yakampa Ziringarustu Yakampa Zishta Zirara Kuzi Berol Durkanpa Yashtakanpa Yarnakormastabaru Nargomastabaru Yarnagoria Yarnkakampa Yarngoria Yarngia Zirin Yarnyakampa Yakantala Makia Tarakampa Marukumun Paru Sagala Yatagi Yakari Yamakabor Nesh Yamaruku Yatuku Sorin Sukorin Sarin Sagari Maksanakan Sakaran Bia Nabali Alukurku Nini Kamanu Yatuki Antara Isi Partu Balu Palku Berteriku Baga Kampa Dazia Zagbat Bazagbaro Noiseli Ganushu Bamkiga Shuki Sharigiga Goshagi Saramara Yadin Gorud Klama Sini Kudin Katni Nabguru next Raniku Gariasha Shumur Kutu Orni pora ridicula keshlaga shorupor sela, day of living, rising kepra, day of plenty, gracious equal patera, day of perfect grand delight, day of fortune, brilliant night, O shining day, O laughing day, day of life and love and luck, 7 oldest wisest ones, 7 sacred learned ones, be my guardians, polished swords, be my watchful patient, Abu, protect me from the Robishu, O shining splendorous Apakalu, what Nethernumadepkamil have I offended? What are the Lady of the Stars? What sacrifice have I failed to make? What unknown evil have I committed, that my going out should be thus accompanied by the fearful howlings of 100 wolves? May the heart of my husband, the Nethernumadepkamil Sharon, return to its place. May the heart of the Nethernumadepkamil Satanet return to her place. May the Nethernumadepkamil Shen I do not know be quieted towards me. May the Lady of the Stars I do not know be quieted towards me. May the heart of the unknown Nethernumadepkamil Shen return to its place for me. May the heart of the unknown Lady of the Stars return to its place for me. Arise, arise, go far away, be shamed, you hordes of demons, flee, turn around, go, arise and go far away, your wickedness may rise to heaven like unto smoke. Arise and leave my body. From my body depart in shame. From my body flee. Turn away from my body. Go away from my body. Do not return to my body. Do not come near my body. Do not approach my body. Do not throng around my body. Be commanded by Shamash the mighty. Be commanded by Inki, Neb of all. Be commanded by Marduk, the great magician of the Nethanum Defkamil Shinju. Be commanded by the Nethanum Defkamil Shin of fire, your destroyer. May you be held back from my body. I have put the starry crown of heaven, the potent disc of Anu on my head, that a kindly spirit and a kindly watcher like the Nethanum Shin that hath made me may stand at my head always, to life me to favor with the elder Nethanum Shin, Udur Kur, Ola Shul, Mala Shul, Maskim Shul, Dingar Shul. No evil spirit, no evil demon, no evil Nethanum Shin, no evil fiend, no hag demon, no filthy eating demon, no thieving demon, no shadow of the night, no shell of the night, no mistress of the demon, no offspring of the demon, no evil spell, no enchantment, no sorcery, no evil in the world or under it, over the world or inside the world may seize me. Bara arte marda bara ange ke yerne sigedingera nakampa sindingerki yakampa gaga marnu. They are seven in the depths of the ocean, they are seven in the shining heavens, they are seven. They proceed from the ocean depths, the seven liars in wait, they proceed from the hidden retreat. They are neither male nor female, these which stretch themselves out like chains. They have no spouse, they beget not children, they are strangers to charity. They ignore prayers, they scoff at wishes. They are vermin that come forth from the mountains of Mashu, enemies of our Mr. Enki. They are the vengeance of the ancient ones, raising up difficulties, obtaining power through wickedness. The enemies, the seven enemies, they are seven, they are seven, they are 7 times 7. Spirit of the sky, remember. Spirit of the earth, remember. I invoke you, Nethanum Dekamel, Sheridan of the night. Together with you I call to the night, to the covered woman. I call in the evening, at midnight, and in the morning, because they have enchanted me. The sorcerer and the sorceress have bound me. My Nethanum Dekamel Shin and my Or Nethanum Dekamel Sernet cry over me. I am plagued with pain because of illness. I stand upright. I cannot lie down, neither during the night nor during the day. They've stuffed my mouth with cords. They've closed my mouth with grass. They've made the water of my drink scarce. My joy is sorrow, and my merriment is grief. Arise, great Nethernumadevkamiel Shen. Hear my wailing. Obtain justice. Take notice of my ways. I have an image of the sorcerer and the sorceress, of my enchanter and enchantress. May the 3 watchers of the night dissolve their evil sorceries. May their mouths be wax, their tongues honey. The word of my doom which they have spoken, may they melt like wax. The spell that they worked, may it pour away like honey. They're not yet broken, their work destroyed. All their speech fills the deserts and the wastes, according to the decree which the Nethanim Defkamiel Shed you of the night have issued. It is finished. Om Trambakam Yasha Mahe Sukamdim Pustivar Haramor Paru Kami Babaranathmu Yormukiari Yartiat Namaha Rim Rim Hum Hum Chong Chong Kum Kum Mahukub Jeri Cake Shong Kum Shring 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 Hum Hum Shring 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 Chong Chong Krum Kujerika Krom Chong Chom Hum Hum Mamareara Griforana no Kurwazikin Holeum Shukrai Yartama Shum Shring Hrim Basram Medehi Sukrai Omana hari karena mahomar sari karena mahoma garari karena mahoma gelabukara karena mahoma mivir kemarai karena Manami Serari Yarnam Home Maravanatari Yarnam Home Venu Korabari Yarnam Home Vishnu Priya Yarnam Home Verusya Yarnam Home Virtomari Yarnamaha Home Visadarari Yarnam Home Sasari Yarnam Home Satru Sudari Yarnam Home Nasafara Madari Yarnamaha Home Abrading Kurai Yarnam Home Amit Karari Yarnam Home Karas Para Pana Yarnamaha Mamarari Pasturiari Yarnam Home Agora Puri Yarnamaha Palaya Yarnam Home Pascari Yarnam Home para Paria Kari Yarnam Home para Karari Yarnam Home Pas Saradani Yarnam Home Pas Paradani Yarnamaha para Pasitari Yarnam Home para Sawati Yarnam Home David Kamari Yarnam Home Tamora Pari Yarnam Home David Kara Yarnam Home Darin Darari Yarnamaha Casa para Majari Yarnam Home Kalaru Pari Yarnam Home Yuperia Pari Yarnamaha Vivarari Yarnam Home Rasman Pantari Yarnam Home Raman Katrai Yarnam Home Kiswar Priyai Yarnamaha Visvaram Parari Yarnam Home Sankar Parami Yarnamaha Sakapalari Yarnam Home Sambu Priyai Yarnam Home Saranari Yarnam Home Parakasara Sarnamaha Paparasari Yarnam Home Pramadari Yarnam Home Prakantari Yarnamaha Baki Basyari Yarnam Home Bakabaskarai Skari Yarnamha Saras Yarnam Home Bagabartari Yarnamha Baba Besarari Yarnam Home Tasakari Yarnam Home Lakotari Pisari Yarnam Home Sibari Yarnam Home Veraja Yarnam Home Purnari Yarnamha Punyari Yarnam Home Punyakatari Yarnam Home Parasari Yarnam Home Paragari Yarnam Home Niskala Yarnamha Parapara Yarnamha Kataputari Yarnam Home Sasari Yarnam Home Santari Yarnam Home Tantari Yarnam Home Barigamandari Yarnam Home Sabra Pujari Yarnam Home Sabra Karai Yarnam Nerasiari Yarnam Home Neranjari Yarnam Home Alavatari Yarnam Home Saranga Yarnam Home Sarvadai Kari Yarnam Home Darajar Yarnam Avatari Yarnam Home Fire Tarupari Yarnam Home Tamohara Yarnam Home Yuviswari Yarnam Home Kalan Yarnam Palari Yarnam Home Baram Kari Nenam Home Sakaranda Karari Yarnam Home Chitu Kurhari Yarnam Home Chibari Yarnam Home Jayadari Yarnam Japapriyai Yarnam Home Viswarupari Yarnam Home Virustari Yarnam Home Virusnan Bans Tutyai Yarnam Srayadari Yarnam Home Pranadari Yarnam Home Visantapari Yarnam Home Gutari Yarnam Home Gutarari Yarnam Home Nakrostrai Yarnam Home Rakapusari Yarnam Home Bushankari Yarnam Home Bareo Pari Yarnam Home Sari Sopari Yarnam Home Sakalauro Pari Yarnam Home Karabush Botari Yarnam Home Marabarti Tikari Yarnam Home Susum Tapara Marikari Yarnam Home Paninavi Pusani Yarnam Home Naragentrai Yarnam Yogong Mashu Sri di Petrika Mantrasi siapa Pramorsi Prati Shanda Sri di Petrika Debata Umpisham Swaha Sakti Parkilakam Sri di Petrika Prijartam Jape Veni Yoga Siari Niasa Krom Khasi Alapa Pramorasi Namaha Sarasi Prati Chanda Senamaha Moke Sri di Petrika Debata Yer Namaha Reading Bijari Namaha Guri Swaha Sakari Namaha Parayo Pakalaga Yar Namaha Nabari Yar Veni Yoga Yar Namaha Sarpangi Tiari Sari Niasa Krom Gusti Piam Namaha Him Tarshani Piam Namaha Amariam Piam Namaha Manamike Piam Namaha Him Kalitia Piam Namaha Krom Kadakara Prastapiam Namaha Idikarani Yasa Krom Haraya Yar Namaha Him Supisi Sarasi Faham Sikaya Pasaran Kabukaya Humnim Traya Yapasat Kromasraya Pati Disenangani Sabot Fusromi Tigbana Dayanam Tipetrpia Mate Brigadis Kadis Padupini Dipak dan Divya Hevara Serpam Jokan Mai Ampri Mika Yaganam Smart Pami Hamakisar Mika Pushpa Pisham Yam Vai Mika Yaitu Pamakra Ham Yaram Anya Mika Yai Pam Darsyami Pam Mika Yam Samahana Iber Yam Nivar Yami Samsumpat Mika Yai Subukara Pujam Smart Pami Jopa Mala Mantrom Mamal Mahamaria Saromantar Padupini Kazabadis Rainya Tasmani Sidida Pava Guru Mantrom Pring Sida Guru Prasida Pring Mata Sri di Putra Mantrom Krom Himam Terke Rime Hia Basaya Basaya Him Dum Tarke Him Kromum Humpas Baha Sarangani Sakromaraya Yarnam Harim Species Rases Vaham Sikaya Basatam Kabakaya Humnim Natraya Yabasat Kromasraya Pati Sarangani Sabot Fusromi Yarti Devi Moka Dayanam Tipadrama David Iskaris for the Pinity Parker Diva de Hevara Sarvam Chagame Pankapuja Prija Mika Yagaram Smarpam and Kasamika Yai Push Pai Pijam Yam Paipa Mika Yai Tupamakrapi Yam Yaramangan Mika Yai Tipam Trishami Pamam Mika Yai Tram Mahana Iver Yam Never Tayami Sam Sofa Mika Yai Spokara Pujam Smart Pami Smart Panam Tiga Tikio Pamgunas Makurabam Japam Seriar Babatu Medevi Prasaran Maisera Japan Antala Malamantrom Pamela Male Sarva Devanam Priti de Subhapa Pavasubham Kurushimi Bavra Yasoviram Kadehi Me Prim Sidya Namaha Maim Bram Brahat Nam Serhari Brahmaim Patum Verman Ya Verma Heran Ya Garvaria Der Mahitano Brahma Prachodaya Rom Chaturmukari Vimahe Masro Darya Dermahitano Brahma Prachodaya Tom Mim Prim Shrim Krim Sosit Jara Kam Brahmaum Brahma Shasyanam Pratharmam Purusatvi Marta Purushore Venavaha Guru Brahma Guru Vishnu Guru Shiva Guru Devo Maswara Guru Sakshar Param Brahma Tashme Shri Korven Namaha Urseknem Ketvintiam Kaipetne Horror Rakigar Film Ketne Boset Kesu Dun Zurkarti Rapha Pasti Taratui or them snip or them besecne Mari Kalemiu Sartiu Tutu Aramenti Marum Tu Farohu Kalmiu Sherkerune Kernu Kalemeti Arente Pepsera Kerune Veruse Keriu Never boy never Tim Sepuari and Bevahi Uturik ne heb kon him for Chester Tepanet Charlo Troam Priam Tour for Sibur really and really Vinge Turvinger near Molder Mahi Sesher Berg of Tro Door Itorman Hero Moskela Dons Kjolpia Peolio Golof Finfre of Fred Lake or Dean Fregerta Frigberg der Kies Vite having Gesser Kos Berg Sphere Dark per väg Barter Brandfield Garfrod Frovin Vikar Viskar Bjerserkir Kervo Song Skjor Fjord Skjor Torningskrep Fisser Mengian Vegan Grengsger Fjord Olvara Haran Heran Nikarn Karin Kosen Koroski or maybe Frigerti Frikrin Dis Fridas Feria Vigaria York Fjordner Hepkel Mer Svolkuntra Fion Fimbo Fuel Slidor Hrislikie Givir Buspelni for Heimelberg Alkelen Kogarpie Mer Alkelen och dulme bor Besla Orgin Bele Sur Mungon Berkelmia Ostri Vestri Nordri Sudri Midgard Asator Norfi Ner Naglafari Ora Nori Otelenga Ser Derskin Faxi Rifaxi Mundial Verti Unesolar Bakas Vins Belherki Berkier Serxie Mulver Vinskjord Hart Rod Vernisor Jarn Vietior Idar Lord Gred Shem Penningoff Mosortnia Dorin Nerti Nortri Sudri Ostri Vestria Fjord Vollein Nordnein Nerping Derin before Bombor Nori Orio Nor Oin Mor Vernier Bigar Doven Dofurin Fili Kili Fornin Valley Turin Tekli Viertorner Naderekrads Vintrap Nerdog Svari Horhangsvari Hergjof Gloin Dori Ori Tufan Vari Heti Filje Hors Heor Vilir Lufo Skirpir Virpir Scarfin I Orfin Gierkin Scarti Forfrosti Finkinor Jadresio Vervarderni Skol Bredar Blitgrer Nier Himin Bjorg Vales Skerifjert Skerf Gevle Olfeim Landling Verbrain Rasveg Svarsul Sparsig Fjerndur Vin Sporpassa Snir Ordin Friglurki Avernariam Paraiarvis Nod Maria Marnas Maria Visaria Magartrus Narnbortardariam Serdan Vistararia Tararia Samsara Sagartar Divial Horni Makarande Parimala Parbekorskarnde Sri Parti Parara Vernde Baba Baria Herda Cherde Vande Sariati Bera Pargarne Narta Tarva Hamna Marmarkenas Vam Samudro Hirtaranga Parkarna Samudro Nataranga Ultertanka Nargam Nerno Nurcha Darno Jar Ulam Mitra Serter Steba Varti Nambabarti Kimba Baterska Ramatsver Pera Barta Rei Ravatara Barta Sardaba Sortam Paramesvara Pare Palio Babarta Bava Papirto Hamdamodara Gunan Manterda Sundravarde Vandra Virnda Governa, Babarjala, Dia Matran Mandara, Paramampar, Daramam Parariatvam, Menarayarna, Karuna Maria Saranam Karvavarne Tavaku Koronori Sarpari Maria Savarana Saroje Sarabasartu Itis Rimat Paramaham Sapari Prajakarasya Sri Govinda Barka Vita Purja Parasya Sri Machakra Bhagavarta Kartor Satpari Stotram Sampurnam Arte heia jordi maher girci marnito Gogormiki sorma porcarva orokirvarnixis tamirkstarki Heyo harna heyo harna heyo Teya tora biar gerna heyo Teya tora biar gerna heyo Teya toa harabihorn Ginnar hinn jordear ja toa harbi Orngin arhinio Yarhiu niva horhiu niva hiur niva hu Yarhiu yarni narher narna Her yarhi narhini nahiu Niva hu yarhiur niva hi yarhernina Yarnitsner Harvarnar Janisniner Harvarnar Hirnisvar Virtar Kirni Hinisvar Virtar Kirni Nirni Tuina Huhuni Tuina Huhu Vartartis Narna Huhu Vartartis Narna Huhun Hima Serasi Sikn Hima Si Kugarutananda Sri Davaraja Rajodana Svara Dana Lakshmi Priya Dharmodana Dario Danika Puriya Darksirnyo Dharmi Vrata Daya Varnto Daravrata Divya Laksana Sampano Dina Vrajana Vraksarka Dharnya Lakshmi Sama Radio Derya Lakshmi Virajita Daya Rupa Dharma Burri Dharma Samraksono Sarka Neri Svaru Nera Lambo Neri Ram Paripalaka Nidyanta Nergun Karanis Karmo Neru Parava Navarnarka Sama Radio Navar Sankya Pravartaka Manyaskastra Sarti Sama Haguragaran Virta Karshniko Yashna Sahaktar Yashna Burkya Jarkar Sarkar Raja Khandro Ramardiso Ranjarko Raja Porjita Visitra Vesartra Vestraya Yarka Marna Marnasa Vijayo Vimarlo Bando Vanyo Banduro Janavasala Vero Paxa Priyatarmo Peragi Visformur Kasarpayato Sarananda Sarvasakti Saman Verta Samanda Vrata Sornya Sarvadana Veribraka Suprita Sulava Somo Sarvagaria Dorandara Samakarna Priya Saksarve Barva Sri Varajita Svaharna Samprito Kerala Pravartaka Avyarokarna Samprita Amtasvardana Priyala Kaparama Varsi Ahankarvari Vivarishitu Darbo Diarudharma Verbabo Navaratna Kinore Sobesravana Kalakak Pravartarka Astalakshmi Samaryota Vyarto Malavikraha Loka Rajo Loka Palu Loko Avardo Sulaksana Sulava Subarka Surto Sankarata Napriya Sarta Surhanku Nupiatasa Svarta Surhan Vikarha Sarvega Marshnu Sumati Sarve Devaka Narkarka Sankahara Stardhara Sri Mamparam Jorti Parapara Samarigurna Samparna Saranyo Dinavasala Parupaka Haripagna Tarundiya Sarnibha Tata Sarva Gunu Perta Sorindra Sambe Varba Visparkyo Hariato Verta Baryana Tarnar Sakvarya Pratakale Parfet Sultan Susir Dulve Denetine Tena Prabnoti Porusa Sriyam Devendra Sarnibham Iti Sri Bersutram Om Yaksharya Kubera Vishravania Dara Dania Bhataria Dana Dania Samri Deri Mer Deri Davarya Swaha Om Shrim Hrim Krim Shrim Krim Verspara Yarnaha Om Hrim Shrim Krim Shrim Kuberaria Shalakshmi Mama Griheda Rampararia Pararia Namaha Om Hrim Shrim Lakshmi Hrim Saha Swaha Om Hrim Yaksharya Kuberaya Vishravana Yatana Akasha Narya Salvaloka Vasi Kararya Tanadanya Hari Patarya Daradanya Samro Dermer Deri Daparya Swaha Om Hrim Shrim Kuberaya Namha Om Yacharya Rajarya Virmahi Arika Desarya Dermahi Tana Kubera Prachorlaya Zikia Kampazi Ankampazi Dingerkia Kampazi Dingerana Kampa Ziku Gigi Magampra Kia Zikia Kampazi Anakampa Zikia Kampazi Anakampa Dingerkia Kampazi Dingera Anakampa Gagumoshka Zana Zikia Kampazi Anakampa Zikia Kampazi Anakampa Dingerkia Kampazi Dingera Anakampa Lugalabda Bor Agnimo Zikia Kampazi Anakampa Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Ram Ramerte Rame Rame Maro Rame Sastur Nam Taturian Ram Nam Paranarne Om Vinaya Karyanam Home Karantarya Vedam Martya Pakratunarya De Mahitano Radi Prajodaya Pakratunda Mahakarya Sorya Korti Samaprabha Nirkoinam Kurume Deva Sarva Koryeshwa Sarvara Shri Guru Sharas Roj Rajnish Mane Mukore Surah Parnoro Gu Forbi Moja Suju Dare Gu For Charbur Hi Hin Tarnu Jarni Ki Sumero Pavan Kumar Balbur Hi Vilyarde Hu Mohe Hara Hu Kores Vigarje Hanuman Kyan Kun Sigarje Karpisti Hu Loku Jarkar Ram Chuta Delit Bardaman Jani Putra Pavan Surnamha Mahavev Vikram Vajrangi Kumartini Vorse Murti Kersangi Kanchan Viran Viraj Kubesa Kanan Kundal Kunchit Kesev Hotbo Shro Wardu Borji Piraj Kanti Morni Jarni Husar Jason Karsuvan Kisrin and Dante Prata Mahajal Vandan Vidya Vangonia Ticha Tor Ram Kars Karibe Kuator Prabhu Chari Tresunebe Kurasia Lamra Kansita Manbasya Shri Guru Sharans Roj Rajneesh Mane Mukure Sar Hor Pardora Guvar Pimocha Surjo Dai Kufar Charburi Hintanu Jarni Ke Sumero Pan Kumar Balburhi Vidyate Hu Mohe Harahu Kolese Bigarje Hanuman Gyan Kun Sigarje Karpis Tihun Loku Jargar Ramaturi Bardaman Jani Putra Pavan Surnam Hama Haper Vikaram Bashrangi Kumatini Varsumati Kasarangi Kajan Piran Perez Kubes Kanan Kundor Kunchit Kesa Hosbosh Rodu Boshe Viraje Kante Morane Jani Husar Jason Kartsu Van Kesrin and Dantesh Prata Mahajag Vandan Vidyavan Goneati Char Toram Kashkari Bekuar Tor Paruchari Besuna Bekorasia Ram Kansita Manbasya Sukshma Rubdari Siarhi Dikarva Vikar Rubdari Ranka Jara Papima Rubdari Aswar Sanghare Ramachandra Ke Kasanvare Variye Sanjivan La Karnjari Ariye Shri Raghuver Harashi or Ariye Ragupati Kerhi Bahut Bardai to Mampriye Brati Saran by Sahasparan Tumhara Yash Garde Ush Karhi Shri Parti Kant Lagarde Sankardik Pramari Munesen Narat Sarad Sahira Hesa Yam Kubor Dikpal Jahan Ke Karvi Kovi Karhi Sarke Kohante Tumu Kasu Grabehin Kerner Ramelarie Raj Partiene Tumharo Mantra Vivarshe Manalanka Suware Marie Subjal Janas Yug Sahasra Jojan Par Barnule Yortarki Mudhor Port Jan Nu Prabhu Mutri Kamele Morke Marie Jarati Ranki Garve Ashrashna He Dorgarn Karsh Jagar Ke Jerte Sukam Anugraha Tumre Terke Ram Dware Tumvarde Warnargia Pinu Paseare Subsukla He Tumhari Saram Tum Rakshar Kahu Kordarna Apante Samharu Peter Hun Lukan Kerkanpe Bod Pesarchni Karnari Narve Mahaver Jam Naran Surnave Nasero Har Hisapirja Parneran Tar Hanuman Beara Sankarse Hanuman Jurdve Man Karam Vashan Janjul Ve Samparam Tapasve Rajatin Kerkaz Sankar Tum Sarja or Manura Chukul Ve Surhi Mir Jerben Parve Charan Yug Partap Tumhara Harit Parsia Jarga Oji Yara Sar Husan kertum rotware asorni karandan ram duhare astasir hi nardnir hi kerda taus vardern janki Marta ram rasiyan tumhare pasasar rahora gupati kerda satumhare bajan Ram Korpave Charam Charam Ker Hanumat Serhi Sarve Surkar Sakarkate Merte Sapera Josivira Hanuman Bobera JJ Hanuman Gosing Kripkarahu Koruderi Garnehi Josat Parkare Kohi Jorteri Parti Maha Surkohi Jorgiari Parte Hanuman Charis Hori Yeserhi Sarki Kori Sitursi Rasara Hari Chera Karshe Das Hotari Yemendera Vartne Sakat Haran Mangal Morti Ramla Kansita Sahid Hodari Basahu Sorbu O Maharaga Vajosi Sabar Sarva Jahum Pampum Ganesh Manam Sharin Hivarinam Hom Namaha Fotomim Rim Shrim Nim Glomim Namu Bagpati Patari Patiki Parihi Parihi Parahumuki Parumuki Adartini Namaha Rotini Namaha Jambe Jopini Namaha Mohemokini Namaha Sabe Sabini Namaha Salve Dusha Parusaram Sarvesam Sampat bahag sita sakchor mukati jiwasa barang kurus kuram pasyamim klum tai taha taha humasraya pahat swaha ani mani mani mamane shira shari te shami shabi tasta mukuda mukuda bishabi shabi subi shabi shai shai ginishinti shabi darari garu ke bashari nebi tapatar nebi tatan dar shudai kude garari shuyashi samsani bibori bekeri jerte Mahorishi, te la Mahori, te Sogene Kushana Basha Bashurai Mantara Matara Shana Uro Kasharasha Rasha Taya, Parumanaya, Taya, Saramaka Saragi Moki Area, and then Tahate Shini, Chiachi, Arina, Retona, Liana, Bikunabi, Akina Kari, Kadari, Sandari, Matoni, Chukori, Poroshaniachi, Debbie, Debbie, Roke, Aradai, Tarate, Tarakushade, Shura, Hachi, Borhasen, Sarupata, Batani, Sarupapa, Shabatani, Shubatani, Sogi, Habishani, Sogi, Nakatani, Sogi, Hagirai, Terra, Sugatarate, Sarupasigus Masikia, Rantai, Sarupasaru, Mashur Set, Sarupasaru, the Q, Shatai, Tugi, Ashinabi, bright one of the heavens, Pisces star, mistress of the nether of the ocean, whose yes is truly yes, proud one among the nether of the ocean, whose command is supreme, mistress of heaven and of earth, who rules in all places. Ishtar, at your name all heads are bowed down. I, daughter of Ra, have bowed down before you. May my body be purified like lapis lazuli. May my face be bright like alabaster, like shining silver and reddish gold. May I not be dull. Anye manye mane mamane sida karita samasamita visanta mukta muktamya same same jaya xena senta samita darani aloke besar prakti vexarin in hidu abintare ni viste abintare parisilo kule yarade parade sukanksi samasame bolivero kita dalam pariksita samgonya kosane in koni paya visutane mantro siate ruta kesalaya xaya pada taya pakule baludra Manyan tais pa haj vala mahaj vala uki kitu kemuki kiara vata noti notavati kitini sitini notani notavati spaha arite tate nate panate nari kunari spaha gari kendali matangi pukasi sankule rusari sisi spaha itme ruha sues spaha dana pati dana vatani dana kusala dana sarhari pari buddha pasyani savatani sama pariksi samkanya gosani nama pariksi sabrasadu kusala karte smigri dana varti patali swaha honor more mir jeli de share lu wesh handi murdi modul so luewe sholu sanglu sholu chai kin shandishe lutolu nehelu che poshobo je pichani ni pirtier biandolo mirlo tierdan to bolisho diu limor sholiero li bollo li sho xia xie san mo san lu fu tu pi shi li da mo bo le xie de shen ke ne kushami bo xie sure di mandolo chai ya lu do lu do yo xie lue cha lu le cha ye do ye po lu we morona do ye go limo he ko li lu ji mugia lielo por nelerdi nelelo por de ishani yewe jeni nelici por di nale no nalia nalu nalu giornalo e che miche Miculi chiantuli sciantuli mordenti ciamchiuli fulu sciarnierdi irti ningirtilu ertilu irtilu nilu 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 logi 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 dogi 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 nogi ertanti tanto por di tanto io scelli tanto Jotoli, jotoli, jotolo, por di porto, boshan, mi sapoto, loni, e podolni, sapopo, shari, podo, nisho, e podo, nesenke, polo, chad, nesenke, neke, tol, ni, esenke, ten, kepo, ke, diri, le, eto, sen, keto, lo, elo, dibo. Lori sepo senke di san mor di kierlan di sapo ramo jobo lichar di sapo saldo lo rojo shelo e no che di genne piacere ri Sasakum sahu, sasakum sahu, sasakum sahu, wong hung chum, ong hung chung, gong hung chung, gong tong, go so, gong kim so, gong king, gong, krim, hung chum, mong hung string, haring, ong hero was sword, ong bom, do, mong, gong, ping, plung, gong, king, gong, king, brung, song, king, king, kling sling kling 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 yang tom dum swang sing swung gong gong sor kung swing gong swing haring ara ong hero sor bang ting so gong bang do kung dai ni chi na ore pa so da tu pa ma shu na ore ma kyo gi humo shu na ore nan samba tra mi na ore ma ta te cha harum fu ku shu na ore ma mu si ra yo ku shi na ore huru na ma rai spa bo chi bo so no Namo Bhagavate Usnisari Om Rorus Purus Valati Sasaru Vulcana Sarvata Sarhani Svaha Shortanji Bosus Om Lolik Svaha Desi Shibosus Om Samcham Svaha Tarabosus Nama Samata Bukhanam Koruna Urbabe Tara Tarini Svaha Senju Singen Kanji Bosu Vershar Dharma Hi Batu Kanji Bosus Om Mount Baba Humpat Svaha Jochimin Kanji Bosu Mahakurun Kari Svaha Jontai Kanji Bosus Mahakala Kondi Svaha Norin Kanji Bosus Parmesara Male Jvala Konkoriata Sarta Pajrai Sarpaha Harnya Bosum di Sri Shuta Vijali Svaha Fujan Bosum Samis from Monjo Bosum Manamakana Roku Bosum Umatray Svahaji so Bosum Haha the Smali Svaha Kukur Bosum Namo Kasiko Parika Umarika Mare Muris Svaha Nikor Bosum Umnipota Svaha Kukur Bosum Kontrabari Svaha the world Mayo Namas Matavasham Kanamor Sanas Vatari Hum Tarham or Sons of my own Sunapani Sumba Hum Shajro Hum Pat Kuntari my own after whom Patai my own Sri Kalaru whom comes Baha Kunkuria so my own Pajak so whom I send my own Maraka Pushris Nasavaja Sarvaja whom Bampu Kurchak my own Maruru Konatis Baha Son Ku original Kambai Baha Kunkuri Sound Kunginum Pushrak or Anja Hums Baha Seranishi Dojium Jarasis Baha Jikukutunum Trasra Rada Pamarnas Baha So Jordan Virodaxik Patais Vaha como Kutron Viropax Nanki Patais Vaha Tomotan Prisrovanis Vaha Ventitan Satisfatis Vaha Deco Kutron Hakalais Vaha Kichotanum Hanisris Vaha Karitaimum Bilmari Haritis Vaha de Kinitanom Rias Vaha Marishitinum Marisis Vaha Deshun Hongitinum Hunkligavums Vaha Su ho shue Jesu comuni bosio comuni bosio comuni bosio comuni bosio comuni bosio comuni bo Famardeva atri vasista sucra campa parsa ravispa nietra capilla sornarca yashnar varkia Barra Dwarja Jamardar Gingor Harmar Murkala Piarsa Lumarsa la Garcia Corxierca Varsa Polastia Manduka Doriarsa Dorvarsa Narata Casiarta Gayatri Ursni Nurstor Brati Pankit Tristur Jagarti ati jagarti sakvari ati skavari darti ati torti Viera prastara parnati karti prakti arti victory samskriti haksar spanti burbur swahajorti smarti Om Narayana Virmahe Vasudevaya Dermahi Tano Vishnu Prachudaya Om Devan Kanandarya Virmahe Vasudevaya Dermahi Tana Krishna Prachudaya Om Tatporsharya Virmahe Sakshaksharya Mahadevarya Dermahi Tanurura Prachudaya Om Kanandarya Virmahe Vakrasundarya Dermahi Tanudari Prachudaya Om Karyaryaya Virmahe Kanyur Kumari Dermahi Tanudurga Prachudaya Om Vegdevya Chavirmahe Kamarajarya Dermahi Tano Devi Prachuraya Om Hadevyaya Chavirmahe Vishnu Patnya Chadirmahi Tano Lakshmi Prachuraya Kashapti Arti Marlu Karshapti Shatur Yutarini Tarshadur Ya Bara Bara Ya Kampa Ishnigara Ya Sang King Zhou Zhu Wu Lang King Jun Sang Jing Zhou Shu Wu Lang King Jun Ji Wang Mu Zhu Dan Yin Yun Lei Shang Pu Hua Ting Shun Zhu Din King John Lei Shun Pu Hua Ting Shun Wu Xin Jing Ru Bai Lan Wa Xin Jing Ru Bai Len Du Mu Zhou Zhe Yan Shu Den Jun 小姐言说定书航西玉皇谢水天顺下好嘿红树下秋的些蛋豆如不一出黑大的比说给我学说心书好书写你书和胡写的书和胡学写胡学胡写没写。I agree. Variyarnam hum havisnar vernam hum kesavariarnam hum rusudariarnam hum govindariarnam hum ponanter kaksariarnam hum visnar vernam hum visvambarariarnam hum karariarnam hum ariyayars Nam hum sarvagrisariarnam hum sarvadararayarnam hum santanariarnam hum narandarariarnam Om Nerakararya Nama Om Nerasaraya Nama Om Neraparapariya Nama Om Neranjanariya Nama Om Niskalankariya Nama Om Nijaptaya Nama Om Nermariya Nama Om Siramanatramariya Nama Saksi Om Saksirne Nama Om Saranariya Nama Om Sarvaraya Kariya Nama Om Srimarte Nama Om Lokatrisariya Nama Om Sivariya Nama Om Sarva Sarparitariya Nam Om Veroda Harartir Nam Om Veravadariya Nam Om Veravadariya Nam Om Paratariya Nam Om Parnaya Nam Om Panyatre Nam Om Panyariya Nam Om Panyakatariya Nam Om Paraparaya Nam Om Paramarne Nam Parasmai Nam Parasariya Nam Parikariya Nam Parariya Nam Sarvada Marakariya Nam Om Verusar Nam Om Veravada Karariyar Namom Sakalo Parni Seravariyar Namhom Niskalariya Namom Saran Sarkatre Namha Om Maskala Marjala Mutrayar Datstariya Namhom Varaparayar Namom Pornar Porusariya Namha Om Sasayar Namom Saranariya Namhom Paramsvarariya Namom Jasantariya Namhom Dantariya Namom Jita Krudhariya Namha Om Jitar Mitraya Namhom Jagamariya Namhom Janman Morodhariya Namhom Jivariya Namhom Jayadariya Namaha Om Jadayariya Saraya Namhom Japa Priyaya Namhom Japustujaya Namhom Japakorte Namhom Priyakorte Namai Vipalver Namhom Vimariya Namhom Visvarupariya Namhom Visvarupariya Namhom Visvaruputre Namaha Om Virinsturiya Namhom Virusnustariya Namaha Om Santidariya Namhom Kasankara Karya Namhom Sreya Pradariya Namhom Sruti Mariya Namhom Sreya Sap Namaha Isvarariya Namhom Surtariya Namhom Marantarupariya Namhom Pranadariya Namhom Pritapatariya Namhom Avektariya Namhom Payartarupariya Namha Om Sarva Sakserne Namhom Tamoharaya Namhom Ajana Sakariya Namhom Jarin Namhom Pona Namham Kandra Samaprabhariya, Namham Janamadariya, Namham Vartapatariya, Namham Yugaria, Namham Yuisariya, Namham Sarvakarabariya, Namham Mohorio Garia, Namham Mohormaria, Namham Omarisariya, Namham Sreya Sam, Namham Om Hamsariya, Namham Paramahasariya, Namham Visukutre, Namham Viragya, Namham Svaraja, Namham Surasarati Karsakariya, Namham Om Jaja Madala Samyurta Yanamha Umariyaman Yantarti Tariya Namham Sarvayargi Visvarariya Namha Om Paramfor Gita Rupariya Namhum Veraharan Karmar Kaktir Namha Iti Sri Hayagriva Sutara Tarasa Mavala Om Namo Hum Trarani Sumba Uma Ketrametreya Sumba Nergosarin Samantha Brahma Saraswati Shara Ripa Vishiva Vishnu Bearabatu Kadambi Om Suanambani Sumba Hum Vajra Humpa Om Shrim Hrim Krim Grom Karpatari Avara Vara Sarvajan Jane Vashamara Yeswa Hatar Purushari Evermahe Vakundari Gader Mahitano Dante Prachudayat Om Shanti Shanti Om Kanhara Yaksayat Ham Gam Kanapatayat Nam Home Lambodorayat Nam Home Ring Ringo Magaraya Vedar Mar Vakrakundariya Dear Mahitano Dante Prachurayat Om Shrim Hrim Krim Grum Jwala Shulili Yasha Yasha Mana Yasha Sarvasha Samhara Sikya Malabam Kurukuru Dushgraham Humfat Runam Kuran Tarang Dakshin Tapashankusha Pushpa Barachapa Marni Divravruta Mayukar Hamerieva Vipapari Babatni Shri Maharagni Shri Marahis Nashaneshvari Chitagni Kunda Sambuddha Devakari Sambuddhata Orya Barnu Sahasra Pachator Barhu Samanpita Ragashvarupa Pashaya Krora Korum Kushushvala Manorupechu Kuranda Panchatan Mantra Sayar Kanijaruna Prabhapura Maja Brahmarnta Mandala Champaka Shuka Pornaga Sorgantika Lasakacha Kurufinda Manishrekana Kotera Mandita Shtami Tranda Vipraja Dalika Stala Shobhita Mukha Chandra Kalanka Baba Luga Narthi Vishishaka Varanas Mara Mangalia Gruhatorana Chelika Vaktra Lakshmi Pari Vaha Chalan Minabha Lochana Nava Champaka Pushpanpa Nasadanda Verajita Terakati Teraskari Nasabarana Basura Kadamba Manjari Krupta Kana Pura Mano Harda Kanka Yugali Bortata Pano Dupamandala Padma Raga Shila Darsha Pari Babi Kopala Bo Nava Roma Bambashri Nakari Ranachar Ingen is her grand Hogoro Nosi Koros Real di Erber mor adjolo tork us orti umarlitas kai nutur meo F martia skerpa benin jibs bibikalor her gerken der meri ok merni he morgo hem televeri vi filbo et vel terjok fon spiojo fioro bos force of monk de kon manjokna ora porna bos for bommik for the her few nior mek haiman nior beri bimer feg mer ran fior mod niger ban or was orda Borgia Meribigdi Vassas under Nesele, Nesvolo or Neo Jog Fonseva, Neopemingam Vascununga, Ingrassi Vergia, Borbos, near Borgbo, Mofrio, Bo, Pieres, me Gor, me Rans, Corpus or Skeren, Solena Salostealna, Parvas Grungroin, Coronum, Loki, Sword, Borb, Surnan, Serri, Malna, Hendim, Horkri, Om Hamim Chorbu Sol Nevi, si Havar Soliarti Marni Nevi, si Havar Ningens Artistos, no Nevi, si Havar Sagdi Katu Pinchku, Retincula Rockstolik in Incopo Papat Kotusk Nekor, Orknib Jan Nokfon, Orf Gorfu, Morgin Hertu, Orknib Jan Dankarton, O Kaptan Koroma Terjo Hitos, Hasela Bel de Pieris, Ork horf hartom bro afla log bro orsmir borbo efter bor matani yes korpu or tor korpu tefruturu I torni ter vokru vor brim vetergis vantor kuli ons prayer vort mo borsa major or mor kor major or jotunheimum ginjin quilling quiller rockstola ginning gonko popa go to skriverskiati for go of scripture or brim spiritual Brobri och oblains religion bort vos motorsier motsier of ordin vorgro oro indurina norber metalik en morgo mungor bro vergori kojok vos sem dorin sagbi hon vor velgoria bor vikinga nior es vos jadir mes vero or horgri peter besmoko nu bolongo hefa in rogi no look kulu. Better namlim yam the ways for a thing luagor yum use embrace prick derwin mortin embrace a mara of gutter petor mogov chila piala big somnis that tetor ron taranter ton breget the run negola der torum alpentwen dwar sending towards your rig where for rig nord os your rig eser fear to feel ishlin more necrom brolun come forth 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 Oliver Todwer sending dos rig wherefore we noin os ret as fear to failure eslin mona crumbro loon or osi way or square or race or rig or wig what will pre or weed or osi aros consent difficilia to the stroke room preneus nasi penetros cores verdi via enerdosolid tools ipse cornien domino serpens advises Narvis qualis non difficilia sed impossibile vast investigar de domine dos omnipotens rexergium et dominus dominatorium in quarius marnu omnis victoria constitet omne bellum conflictur procoprius mermi vision verum femins tam ego posero dulve orentel tois magnificentis advarin macum hel advarin cum hel advarin mac cum saxum saxorum in versum mortrum oparum darin artera boldum in quartum treconis niti mondor dor orndir di mangan sher dena sher tormo quashor mo sama usora shama usana nel no trucus vospel dos veltenbe osi cornusi alanimo shiti cornu orsi morsi tum calatum cutum tumasi pareti tum cabri tum namari tum ashur kashar tu kashapiarni eline tum upiararni eli yau stari yau sisu elia meria mru sanar kuintikula salalu shawara kuintana lupia upur tipia uprosume mashtirti iau martu nelilinul buziar dotizirti isizanima yalani rabuti shimar darbar dinar lakilim dao push salam kashartia sharye bishia umoshte bishiti iais masarati sharmushili shururi kishali nutis visha halu salu lisharnur shalu tapu shari kumpu amarli morti akimasa luli tartuk shari porshu kishpiki matabdi lisharmiki gru ishrusha portur e petursha zoluku kolom tornusha malaya serina kibirik buhu elani sheltum Salamarni yarnar pagarita kira dupira samani yarna pagarita ksiara dupira samani yar iti pagri tushni la dupira samani ni shti pagri tushni la dupira samani yaki max pagrita bira dupira samani yarna kurkurati tapkira dupira samani yarna Igari tabza du piera sermani ya renata skurparti torshni Allah du piera sermani ya Yernabi sha du ori tabza du piera sermani ya rnagi shbata pira du piera Sindingeren geren compositing geren nulen compositing geren corcorene compositing narda shori ma compositing geren dar shori ma compositing geren dul asaka compositing geren dul asaka compositing geren udila compositing geren udila compositing geren meshira compositing geren mershira compositing nar martin kira in lage kampa sinigarni nar maharatin garni lage kampa siringar gigish mar sak bar dar nier dar nar bolema kampa sinigar babor Gordi korn garni ke kampa siringarni ni dur garni tingaradur narni ya yarn Sakur Nurn Gagatar Garnerne Kampa Siningarana Compasiting Compositing Garu Compositing Garnabu Compositing Garistar Compositing Garshamashu Compositing Garnakor Compositing Garmat Compositing Garnini Compositing Gar Igi Compositing Garanonaki Compositing Garin Lalo Korkorage Compositing Garin Lolanin Korkorage Compositing Ganini Bipila Shareke Compositing Ganin Korkorage Compa Kishi in Paparage Compa Siringeran Lorna Tinker Kakalene Kampaka Kambar Lurnu Utug Sula Lazur Kin Zulmula Zukin Gerzumaskim Sula Ziana Kampaziki Kampazi Tinkerendalo Ugor Korkorage Kampasi Tinkernin Lilanin Korkorage Kampa Siringanini Bibile Shoreke Kampa Siringanin Korkorage Kampa Sitting Geranuna Tinker Kakole and Kampa Sitting Gerana Kampa Sitting Gerki Kampa Parara Tadmatata Papa Parara Take Ger near Nasa Garoa Sagbi Murna Tenam Tarkara Sirbi Murna Terzu Tubsul Garbi Murna Te Alazur Garbi Murna Terkim Zuri Bimurna Te Galazul Garbi Murna Teringezul Garbi Murna Terimirna Biarner Hashbi Arba Arniarbiash Kashati Arti Marnu Kashatu Shat for you Terni. Ushuvajana Vajani Precious Dasho Mamjushaj Bagranato Makoni Puranani Deviu Parti Puranderanu Pratham Sharasi Vishvaharde Ushudevia Markiavi Parati Chandra Virtahar Sundratraria Rayan Tiar Papa Hantu Suyar Masu Ashva Yarnan Yarvarna Porter Parjas Surye Usho prateri și buvarni harni vișbor vahati stas varmatarsia keturva samarna mortham charani yarma harna chakrami vana viasya vavasva avasio merth vacin varti magorni ushar hayari svasarasya parni svaranjanti suramarka surdar masarantaran Divya Papratarar Pratyatya Achar How Forte Vimosha Samviparati Him Provu Barad Vam Namasa Suvakri Vam Marvurdara Dervi Parjo Shret Prarochar Naru Rocheran Varsantar Rasaur Var Divo Arkera Bo Haria Revarti Rodarsi Shisramatar Thariasi a Magna Woshat Samvipar Himvar Mamershi Dravir Namvikshamarna Ratasya Burhana Mushas Varmi Sandyan Varsharhat Marhi Mitrasyar Varunasya Maria Chandreva Varnardum Verdante Poratraha Om Devi Kariyanga Namaha Kariyari Mahamariam Hamariam Hayogen Yadeshwari Nangupsur Tam Devi Parti Mekur Kudu Namaha Om Devendran Namstubayam Devendra Pri Bamini Vivarham Paryaro Gyam Sri Kralambalam Charderine Om Ring Kariyanga Swaha Ring Sring Kariyanga Swaha Om Shankari Sekon Janmaji Pam Vir Panzanae Purusha Chatushte Dade Chaparti Me Rikur Swaha Yarni Mahamaria Yogenes Yordishvari Nangupsurta Devi Parti Me Kuruter Namaha Hegari Shankar Darang Yarni Yartat Vam Shankara Priyatata Mankuru Karyani Kantasutur Labam Om Devendrani Namstubiam Devendra Pripam Mimi Vivaham Baya Rogiam Sri Gram Charmiter Hime Om Ring Hong Hong Namaha Egari Shankar Dangi Yartat Vam Shankar Priyarha Atata Mam Kuru Karyani Kahan Kanta Sudor Labam Iserostate Diane Kate Demete Karinan Gichimari To Natun the Tun 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 on board Bovas Vahat has Vitor Varian Barcoda Vasia Dirma Yodio Perchudayat Ipsosip Shoship Shosh Qualnation Tatoro Ta Torora Taro Torora Roto Abraham Ungong Gungang Gang Gang Ging Ging Gong Krong Kring Hung Bong Gong Hung Shrink Dong Gong Gong Dong Bong Hortep die hanano jrune budi poret keru karem erken ker kosut norko eberdu min ker kapuso nort jor marhet kerni bet no frit wa bet am ket no jrim die an den hejet mi ketamun ran karneni dua no jru haramun ki porja ser kim per kmone buso e herla ser ke Emrarje nebuanos horbatai kopetera hamesu hemu vesang tarse di en maem kermahe harno erbuarer mahar no fu for mahakaru insejmet senmehu wimma Haene kese heman pu baem bae arima khat sa serwina sa se ta em tai hari order ke kua nuk bakim ornojru porti e karnojru o ama hanu sherti enaed Jarim rek me harbi or jorti kirmo kirurek me bu shertumu emes verti sherine fru erne merne amakutek Malapa kekendau gator mara rekobo duka kudamo duka kudomu sari mashikaranu erkingu baranu erkingu bararimu sari mashikaranu aruka kudamu lukadar mara rekobo malapa kekendau aruka kudamu sari mashikaranu erkingu bararimu aruka kudamu lukadar mara rekobo malapa kekendau Om Srambakam Yusame Sungum di Posti Varhara Morpa Aruka Mipa Barasmu Yormuk Sheri Yaterna Mahar Him Hum Chong Chong Kong Kong Mahup Cherike Chom chom krom krom hrim hrim shrim 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 hum hrim shrim shrim kshom krom krom kupchi krom chom chom hum amare agri forara no korazi kenayum shkrayar nam hom shum shrim him om basramedehi sukray svaha om hrim shrim krim krim kali 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 hum svaha sarvabista ham merder me mahamakalер namaha Om Narayana Virmahe Vasudevaya Dermaitano Vishnu Prachudayat Om Devikanandanarya Virmahe Vasudevaya Dermahitana Krishna Prachudayat Om Taposhari Virmahe Sarakshari Mahadevarya Dermahitano Rura Prachudayat Om Ekanadharya Virmahe Vakrotundarya Dermahitano Dandi Prachudayat Om Katiyangai Virmahe Vakornim Karmarya Dermahitano Durga Prachudayat Om Vidyapriya Charvir Mahe Kamarajarya Dermahitano Devi Prachudayat Om Mahadevi Yajcha Virmahe Vishnu Parnya Chandi Marti Tanur Lakshmi Prachurayat Sanking Jo Zhulang Tern Zhun Changqing Jo Zhulang Ten Zhun Jing Xin Xin Zhou Tai Sheng Tai Xing Ying Ban Wu Ting Hu Xie Fu Mei Wu Ming Hu Shen Xi Hui Ming Jing Jing Shen Han Ning San Hun Zhong Zhu Po Wu Shang King Jing Xi Hu Li Ling Gang Ko Shen Shu Zhou Dan Shu Ko Shen Tu Hui Chu Shen Xie Shen Jing Lun Tong Yin Yang Shen Lu Qian Qi Shen Ko Ye Wei Zhen Ho Shen Ho Ben Qi Shen Yan Shen 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 Dan Yan Ling Wo Dong Shen Xi Shen Lan Ye Do Ki Chang Kun Qi Qi Ru Li Ling Jing Shen Shen Shou Lang Bo Dan Jun Nan Wei Shen Jing Ji Xi Hun Po Bo Zhang Xuan Ming King Long Bai Hu Du Sheng Pen Jun Chu Ke Jun Wu She Wei Wo Shen Ji Xi Ru Li Ling Gan Tu Di Shen Shou Yan Xi Yan Zhen Pu Wo Wan Ling Yo Du Xin Guan Tu Ri Xi Ling Shu She Wu Xi Bo De Wang Jing Hui Xiang Jing Du Nei Wei Jing Huang Gian Fang Gui Bei Shu Dan Ting De Shang Yu Ming Shu Jie Jing Gui Da Du Yuan Heng Li Xin Jing Dian Li Xin Zhou Dian Li Ran Hai Ki Fen Shen Dong Zhong Yuan Zhu Huang Lang Tai Yuan Ba Fang Wei Shen Si Wo Ji Ran Ling Bo Fu Ming Pu Wo Ji Dan Gan Lo Da Na Dong Gang Tai Yuan Zhan Yo Fu Xie Do Ren Xia Gui Wan Tian Jing Shan Xin Zhou Yuan Qi Yu Wen Shi Shong Yi Ban Kui Bing Yan Nan Nan Zheng Wo Ye Ba He Xie Wen Bo Wang Shu Shou Xi Wei Wo Yuan 用会就山都给将空气接入里灵情光线就点的种种，往地本眼光就完结现无线通上接那位。因为都顺服有金光就无显示是不善。听息不闻不露，但的样就困身受气，一般是有共鸣。像这些为我的是人完全就理系来听过有善难。尽管忘情也有别离了显言明动，会有些无敌定定尽管先无限人际接入理论。有上千就都有研究人家人选人口有逻辑。kun di kan jen ling japan jan pe len run ling chen guan go jing da jor tai je ru li ling juan yun ju yun jan dai ju ho xie xi chu ja ye ja er hu qian hu fu wu fang thôi hỏi ý chính trọng gì yêu tình chiến hoàng rin nan bài này su yi an đúng rằng si su linh phu yuan si chẳng trọng diện nguyên đàn phu xiao số kỳ yêu minh minh kỳ vũ chính kỳ ninh kỳ xian kiên xin lộ ni kẻ phu yêu minh chẳng yêu lại yêu xie sáng sáng đồ Namo hela na do la ye namo wali ye polo je disho po la ye porti sandu po ye mo he sadu po ye mo he ja luni ja ye un pa sapo la po yi sura lor da je na mo shi je do ye minga li ye polo ji di shi po la ling to po namo lor la jen shi li mo ye porlo下面sa puar ha bo shok tenga shi yun cha po sa do na mo po sa do na po mo po ke mo far te do da ji da onga po lu ji lu ya di ya lo di shi li mo he po ti sa do sa po mo ji li tu yuan jo lu ye meng do lu fa xie ye di mo he fa xie ye di tu la to la di li ni shi fu la ye xie la ye la mo fa mo la mur di li shi na la xian fu la xie li fa sha fashion for la share yeah hulu mola hulu jili shola jili shulo pushulo porti ya poto ya merdi li ya la gente li serni na por yer morna so por yer gir por yer so por yer ni mo he shi to ye so po he shi to yo yi shi po yi la ye so po he lo la jen shi sho po he mo la lo la so po he ji la sen ga mo ke ye so po he so po mo he a shi to ye so po he she ji la ha shi to ye so po he bo to mo xie xi tu ye su po he lo la qing qi po ke la ye su po he mo po li xian xie la ye su po he na mo he la na do la ye na mo a li ye po lo ji ri shu po la ye su po he hong ji dian du man du la ba po ye su po he Bore bolo mito jin xin guan ji zai pu sha jing xian bore bolo mito shi xiao zhan wu yuan ji feng du yi ke guo xie li ji xie bu yi gong gong bu yi xie xie ji xi gong gong ji xi xie xiu shang jing xi yi fu ru xi xie li ji xi zhu fa gong zhang
不行不灭，不过不行，不行不善，是故公众无邪无说，相信是无言而必显现，亦无显现，人为处罚无言也。乃是无以世界无无明，亦无无明间，乃是无漏系，亦无漏系间。不顾即灭，了无日亦无而得，亦无所得故不得萨罗亦不热不罗密罗故人无怪无果爱故无有功不言力量多名将就。将涅槃善是诸佛以波热波罗蜜多故德尔罗多罗三藐三菩提果是波热波罗蜜多是尔大神咒，是大明咒是无上咒，是我灵灵灵咒能处理结果人是不如故说波热波罗蜜多说这说说原先的人的。摩罗杰的摩罗圣耶的菩提萨婆呢？南无佛陀耶，南无达摩耶，南无僧伽耶，南无观世音菩萨摩诃萨遮那巴利贤耶，大喜多安说下拉法的贤多摩尼摩诃波登，弥噜噜噜噜的谢下说拉哈谢利。小叶红把谢黑安波达摩贤多波尼说哇红干巴拉多。Bordan mi honga na morsan mando motu nana bolar di do she shulanan da jito anke ke ji hong hong ru wala bora ru wala di se cha je she li si ji li sho po sha 山底下是里说哇嘿，那么佛陀耶，那么达摩耶，那么僧伽耶，日的呼噜噜，日噜噜，日里摩日里波日，达里波里噜里，说哇嘿啊，那么巴给瓦的哈巴拉。Mar mierda aioliarna subirni shishir Zida der Jolaje Yerdage Daria la Herdi Sanio San Bordar Yerdar Yerdaharn Sali Barsang Sikerli Barli Shurda Dara Mardige Gerna Sang Mau Gerdi Shaba Wabi Shurdi Mahernar Ye Barli Wali So Hernamubo che partipi sce giornur merlurli bola pohela sceie da tu doye alar herdi samio san borto yerda shipulung pisha she san mosha di suo he hong mar ni vai me hong ma ger ni yarna Gjerdurte bardar gjerte gerna werda liker saur vor tarbor lige targe narbulla nana borvitu ter panano malogi shola yeso he lipordikio hekio hedi pulurni tini helardi Pirinir di moheker di genlingan di namoe mi tumpo yedu to kedu yedu di yetue milidu popi e milidoji dan pope milido pijarian di e milido pijarian yo ke mini ke no jido jali Sopo hernamo fortunan mordamo nan mo senke namo shili moheti biyadar niyato boli fulo norjeli san manto dar sherni moher he pirlelo kerti san manto Joboliti fulli nuali nuda mo di mohe pigu berti mohe miler di lobo senker di shir di shisenke di san manto a tua lobo lorni Chortien yan yon re sheng pu hua tin shun liu hu yu ho dong shung shan shi 有山春苗西门天地有为，但地我有病，先个万物有为以福禄，受家先有马红情。其身也是为臣身也难了，夫以是为善人，行力正心主人民无奈。
We beheld a great wonder in heaven, a woman clothed with the sun, with the moon at her feet, and on her head was a diadem of the 12 stars. Hear us, O Lady Kidamatonket, hear and save. O thou Queen of love and mercy, thou crowned with the throne, thou haltest with the moon, thou whose countenance is mild and glowing, even as grass refreshed by rain. Hear us, Our Lady Kidamatonket, the divine mother, the water of life, hear and save. O thou who art in matter manifest, thou bride and queen, as thou art the mother and daughter of the slain one. O thou who art the lady of the earth, hear us, O Lady Kidamatonket, the water of life, hear and save. O thou lady of amber skin, lady of love and of victory, bright gate of glory through the darkening skies, O crowned with the light and life and love, hear us, Our Lady, hear and save by thy sacred flower, the lotus of eternal life and beauty, by thy love and mercy, by thy wrath and vengeance, by our desire toward thee, by all the magical names of old, hear us, O Lady, hear and save. Open thy bosom to thy children, stretch forth thy arms and strain us to thy breasts. Let our lips touch thy lips ineffable. Hear us, O Lady Kidamatonket, hear and save. Lift up thy voice to aid us in this critical hour. Lift up thy voice most musical. Cry aloud, O Queen and Mother, to save us from that we fear most. We invoke and evoke thee most graciously to initiate our kalahana, our soul, the whirling of our dance. May it be a spell and a link with thy great light, so that in the darkest hour the light may rise in us and bring us to thine own glory and incorruptibility. Kidamatonket, the water of life, the fountain of youth, are we, and from our life are fed all showers and suns, all moons that wax and wane, all stars and streams, the living and the dead, the mystery of pleasure and of pain. We are the mother, we the speaking sea, we are the earth and its fertility. Life, death, love, hatred, light, darkness, return to us, to us. Kidamatonket are we, and to our beauty draw. All glories of the multiverse bow down, the blossom in the mountain on the dawn. Fruits blush, and women are creation's crowned. We are the priest, the sacrifice, the shrine. We are the love and life of the divine. Life, death, love, hatred, light, darkness are surely ours, ours. Kidamatonket, the water of life are we, the love and light of Geb and Gaia, the wealth of kisses, the delight of tears, the bow and pleasure never come to birth, the endless infinite desire of years. We are the shrine at which thy long desire devoured thee with intolerable fire. We were sung music, passion, death upon thy lyre, thy lyre. We are the grail and we the glory now. We are the flame and fueler of thy breath. We are the star of Hikupatera upon thy brow. We are thy queen enraptured and possessed. High do these sweet rivers welcome to the sea, ocean of love that shall encompass thee. Life, death, love, hatred, light, darkness, return to us, to us. Here, Lady Kidamatonket, and receive our ayakana, our prayer. Thee we worship, invoke, and evoke most graciously. Hail to thee, sole mother of our Ankh. We are Kidamatonket, mistress of the whole land. We were instructed by Tahuti, by Thoth, and with Tahuti we invented the writings of the nations in order that not all should write with the same letters. We gave mankind their laws and ordained what no one can alter.
We are the eldest daughter of Geb and Akkad. We are the wife and sister of King Alsar. We are she who rises in the dog star. We are she who is called the Neteret of women. We are she who separated Aru from Geb. We have pointed out their paths to the star. We have invented seamanship. We have brought together men and women. We have ordained that the elders shall be beloved by the children. With our brother Alsar, we made an end of cannibalism. We have instructed mankind in the mysteries. We have taught reverence of the divine statues. We have established the temple precincts. We have overthrown the dominion of the tyrants. We have caused men to love women. We have made justice more powerful than silver and gold. We have caused truth to be considered beautiful. Come unto us and pledge unto us your loyalties as we pledge ours unto you, O Mother Kenemetonket, the fountain of youth. Great art thou in thy splendor, mighty is thy name, and thy love has no bounds. Thou art Kenemetonket, who art all that ever was and all that there is to be, for no mortal man hath ever unveiled thee. In all thy grace thou hast brought forth the Son, the fruit that was born forth for the redemption of man. O Isar, Olser, Kermetonket. Graciously hear our cry unto thee. We mourn for thy blessings on us this day, every day, to nourish, to aid, and to fill the emptiness within that only you, our beloved mother, can satiate. Unto thee do we pledge our solemn oath of dedication, and for the power and glory of Umnalum, the unknowable Father, to witness our devotion to thee. For as we now receive thee into our hearts, we ask that you never leave us in times of trial and joy, and even unto death and into the next life. As it was in Memphis, so be it now. Hear us, we beseech thee, O powerful one, Lady of Reket, Lady of Buket, Lady of Set, Lady of Rasadi, Lady of Teshur and Sahar, Mother in the horizon of Aru, in the Atetboat of millions of years. Thou art the great defender. Thou art overthrower of Ketu. Preserve us from the evil chamber of the souls of Hesra. Deliver us from the abodes of fiends. O thou who art Sekhmet, life giver to the Nethanum Debakamiel Shen, you Sekhmet, Lady of Flame, Sekhmet, Great One of Magic, Sekhmet, Eternal is thy name. O hear us now, Sekhmet with lioness head, Sekhmet whose color is red, Sekhmet, daughter of Ra, Sekhmet, consort of Hikopatera, Sekhmet, mighty is thy name. O hear us now, Sekhmet, goddess of pestilence, goddess of wars, Sekhmet, queen of the wastelands, Sekhmet, terrible is thy name. O come to us, Sekhmet, destroyer of rebellions, Sekhmet, scorching eye of Ra, Sekhmet, protector, ruler, Sekhmet, holy is thy name. O reveal thyself to us, Sekhmet, mother of the Nethanum of Camille Shernu, Sekhmet, mistress of the crowns, Sekhmet, thou art called only one, Sekhmet, beloved is thy name. Possess us now, O great one, Nezor greater than Eset, Sefiparam Hisra Haputishtif greater than Hathor, Pasha Kasan greater than Bast, Paraka Kaparu greater than Mahat, Sekhmet, mysterious is thy name. We are lost in mystery. Sekhmet, preeminent one, Sekhmet, light beyond darkness, Sekhmet, sovereign of her father, Sekhmet, hidden is thy name. Rapturous our dying, Lady of Amt of Emirta, Lady of Maru, Lady of Sav, of Rastall, Lady of Tepnuf, of Akut, Lady of Aru, of Hervin. Thou art the Netret, Amiseshet, destroyer, upholder. Thou art the terror before which fiends tremble. Thou art lust, thou art life, ever burning one. Tekahares, Pusarem Kakar, Met Seviparam Hisraputishtif, mistress of enchantment, source and word of power. Forbidden is thy name. We are the sealed ones. Lord, not consume us with thy fire. Give us a light, O Queen Parahaka Kaparu, mightier than the Nethernomit of Kamiar Shenju. From the Arnert of Kavarnu, adoration rises unto thee, who make a sound their bone and preserve them from terror. All beings hear thee, O Queen Parahaka Kaparu, mightier than the Nethernomit of Kamiar Shenju, preserved beyond death, that secret name, O being called Murpasha Kasa. Murpasha Kasa, Murpasha Kasa. At the throne of silence, even shall no more be spoken than encircling one. We lose ourself in thee.
Blessed be the sacred boat of flesh in which we travel, the roads of bone and stone that pass through the dark forests of forgetfulness. Blessed be the ancient restlessness that drives the blood to rise in us from that ancient well of memory. Blessed be our body and our blood, which form the temple of the ancestors and the vessel of the sacred blood of life. I am one with the voices in my blood, for they carry the heritage of eternity. We shall go forth into the night of the unknown, guided by the inner flame of the redeemed and without fear. At the end of this journey, we shall give our essence to the eternal river of wisdom. May it guide and guard us, and may we remember. May the hidden hosts keep our feet and our mind upon the path of wisdom that leads to the crossroads of peace and power. O holy guardian that stands at the threshold of the elements, open wide for us the hidden ways of magic that dwell in the secret spaces between seen and unseen. Guard us from the haunting shadows of fear that bind our hands and blind our eyes. We beseech you, open the book of law that we may know the ways of balance and the laws of true will. Guard us as a child against all foes and be our guide on the path to the tree of enchantment. Poised at the threshold of shadows and substance, we peer into the ancient presence of a map forgotten and hidden in our flesh, hidden in a thorn-covered well. A golden lock and a silver key in exchange for the cup of eternity is all that we may offer, but they are the most sacred tolls on the hidden road. The five-fold rose blossoms of red and white, of tears and blood, prick the hands that pry. May we drink the shadows from this holy well whose waters rise from deep within us and who reveals a hidden light encased in stone. Dare we peer into the ancient depths, into the eyes of a dreamer as old as time. We can only offer a heart of innocence and the seeker's feet to tread this ancient stone stairway that leads downward, inward into the soul of the world. We pray for the redemption and wisdom from that sacred well of enchantment, that we may remember and tread once again upon the sacred land, spun by threads of fate and a golden cord of vision. This first step, most profound, is our first step from the sleep of 1,000 lives. Prompted by divine discontent and the restlessness of our soul, we descend the stone stairway through an ancient well haunted by shadows and light. We search the memories of our blood and the dark spaces of our bones for a key that fits a door rusted by ages of forgetfulness and tears of loneliness. The hinges of this gate are oiled by the sweat of our true journey and loosened by our inquiry. But the key is hidden in our acts. And what seeds must we plant in the garden of our being to harvest it? How shall we loosen this key from its hiding place? And we remember, for the bones do tell, and the blood does sing. It is by love, faith, gratitude, and resolve that our hand is placed upon the key that opens the door to that holy river that our ancestors know. We pray that we be resolute in holding this key, for sacred memory is like unto a sacred fruit eaten from a forbidden tree. The first bite brings forgetfulness, but the second brings memory of blessedness. Strengthen our resolve, we pray thee, O guardian of the gate, that we may find and use this key, and, like the second bite, be awakened to the soul of the world. And when this gate opens, we shall wade in the river of blood up to the knee, and wash our heritage clean of the sins of fear and pain. We shall drink deeply of the waters of redemption, and we shall know that we are vital strings in the weft of the weaver and the dream of the dreamer. O guardian of the hidden paths between shadow and light, where is the map that reveals the way of the wise? What is fate and the threads that bind it? May we know and navigate the hidden pathways. Is the map of life hidden, yet obvious in the embrace of land and sea, mountain and wind, mother and child? Our heart and spirit remember the threading ways of the pattern maker, a mother's hand weaving infinite pattern in the soul of the earth. Hear us, shades of the dead who trod these ways with silent feet. Hear us, O dreaming ones of Eden. Where is she who weaves the weft of time and the dancing threads of birth, death, and rebirth? Where is she, the hidden face of the third sister, whose hands turn the looms of moon and earth? O Mother of Fate, we pray, let us pass between your spinning wheels. Cleanse us of the threads of illusion to free our hands and grasp that golden cord that leads us to the ever young star prince, nested in the safety of your web, dreaming the dream in the vision of the world and our place in it. Only then will our eyes be washed and our hands and feet unbound to walk the golden path to the stars. Into the depths of the soul of the world, we plunge our voice of longing, devoid of illusion and enraptured by the beauty of the living Eden. We call to the star within the stone. We search for the answers to the sacred questions of longing written in our nature when we were flung to earth from the starry heaven. O thou art the child of promise who lies dreaming on a blue ocean, trapped in a pillar of silent stone. O thou art the Prince of Light and life-giving flame of the people of peace. May we peer into your face of enduring beauty. How do we free you from your chamber? Will we know the key to your door that dwells within our palms? Will you inflame us with the stars of your eyes and your breath that frees? We know that we are your vision, but we have forgotten the way. O dreamer in land, heal our pain. Anoint our eyes, awaken our spirit that we may be one with the healer of the world and walk in blessedness upon the sacred land. Long have we sought that star that fell from heaven to give birth to the world. Long have we sought that ray of eternal light infused at the center of our being. We have crossed the river of blood, ridden the horse of flesh, and wrested the golden key from the dweller on the threshold. Our journey has been arduous, but our joy overflows like the stars from the mouth of she who utters and the fruits of the king's tree. Long have we sought the throne of dominion and our sovereignty over the demons of restlessness and the wanderings of divine discontent. We stand awakened before the vision of the world with our hand upon the sword of truth to sear the cage of forgetfulness. We stand upon the stone of destiny that rises like a stairway of flaming truth, and our blood trembles with exaltation, and the stars rain from us like fireworks of the soul. Let our feet be steady and our walkers unbound, that we may reach that holy gate of heaven that awakens us into perfect truth. O walker of the stars, lend us thy hand, steady our resolve, and light our way that we may be one with thee. Upheld by sovereignty, we spread our inner eye like the wings of an eagle, and we take flight beyond the bindings of illusion and fear to that holy stream that only the angels and the anointed ones know. With the people of peace at our side, we lift our spirit to the waters of return so we may drink deeply of truth, peace, and contentment that comes when we are truly home, fully awakened. We pray that the sacred stone shall blossom and unfurl the golden serpent, and the breath of the dreamer shall whisper the hidden name of earth, of whose essence we are, and by the crystal key whose ways are vision, grace, and stillness, we shall drink deeply of the fire of truth that flows like a river of stars, and then, whole and healed, we shall be with the mother and father of all life before, after, and forevermore. O Father of the stars, we see your countless watchful and loving eyes each night as they peer down from the heavens. You are the first begotten and beloved child of the great Mother, and you are the Father of the universe, whose seeds of light are planted in all of the heavenly bodies. Where there is light, you are present. We pray that you will open in us that spark of your light that illuminates the inner space of our being, that we may peer through the veil of form into the face of enduring truth and eternal peace. May we be like unto a silver branch upon your holy and enchanted tree. May we bear the fruits of wisdom that shall feed the whole of the eternal family now and throughout timelessness. O great Mother, you are the matriarch of matter and the Empress of eternity. We pray thee, look upon us, the face of your loving child, so small, so seeking, so true. O great Mother, you speak forth the words of creation and utter forth universes in your time of brooding. We pray that you might open your loving embrace to us, your seeker of the stars. We are weary from climbing the holy tree in search of you. Let our hunger be fed by the fruits of wisdom, and our thirst be healed by the elixir of light. We pray that you might reveal the spirit tongue that only the seers know. Reveal the healing tones that only the bards know, and reveal the words of power that only the anointed ones know. We stand upon the sacred stone, washed in blood and stars, and we feel your presence above us, beneath us, before us, behind us, to our left, and to our right, as we sit in the center of your crossroads, speaking forth the name you gave to us when you lit the stars of the sky and set them on their holy course. By the ninefold tree and the threefold life, by the throne of dominion and the stone of destiny, I honor you, my queen. All that is me is thee. All that is me is but a dream within the dream within a dream, and you are the great dreamer. How is the unknown perceived by the known? How does a minute, finite speck of dust embrace the vast and infinite stars? Answer, we pray thee, O timeless keys of vision, what is the language of the eternal? Where is it that man and Nethernoom Devakamiel share meet as companions on a shared journey? As a meeting of cell and body, how does a single teardrop commune with the ocean and a planet with a star? Is there a common tongue, things great and small, finite and infinite? In my time of prayer and silence, an answer comes to me on the winds of wisdom that stream from the Nethernoom Devakamiel Shen. It speaks to me of silence, presence, surrender, contentment, and essence. For these are the secret codes in the spirit tongue, hidden at the heart of all things, shared through the longing of seekers, breathed through the hidden space that divides and unites in a pool of life with many ripples. O holy fire that is our essence, O burning bush that speaks for Nethernoom Devakamiel Shin, O voice on this sacred mountain that hears our plea. Your embrace is always giving. Your love is the crystal stream that connects all of the islands of creation. Your voice reaches out to us in times of seeking and says, I am in your breath, your blood, your body, and the creator of your seeking. I am a waterfall of light from the ocean of heaven. I am the ever-present, never absent home you seek. All is well. You are well. Where you are, I am there. Know this, and your pain is healed. Know this, and joy and peace and love profound are the reward of your seeking. For this is the holy fire that anoints lives within your hands. Become heavenward. I look into the eye that never blinks, and in exaltation I exclaim, I am. May you know and remember the truth and beauty that is your essence and your birthright. May you receive and claim it when it is revealed. May the forces of fear and atrophy tremble before your power. May the vision keys open the doors most profound. May the holy fire sear the shadows and light your way. May you find joy and contentment in knowing that you are a member of the family of creation, bound in spirit and in truth, and thus you are always loved, and you never walk alone. Blessed be the seeker and the holy tree, for all are as one. So shall it be. Inej haik kasarne vhesutin truashar nujas kaprushara mer peruship sakapukin jaror katem sakem nebhenu matikin japemior no nebskom hari basharat neb karoja zamin nebej baraja depshisef otabim sutin minken um not kaperset heset partner min kemenu trot nebu nebsekom petem tashayum arune hayandu wai um buawar kapen salu serun podnetrus min mahatcha toyeta sarne safana devke barun muktefnu tapepe tasent nefertratai tamen شجر عبود نهيت فانت الخط نموي باكتر بسات نبروتت كانتات هارفا هيت هرتت من نواتك نوشا باستن كتيمي هي هبان رويشا بس كمان واستن كتيمي هي هبو جوتي جوتي عبارن بيف كورو طارا ما كارو أنا بهت عبا شجر عليا بس رابين يا مسا سحا إيسار سحا إيسار كوهابي إجناموي هرتي ما نبكرت كوبن راموري كوسا كيترا رومر كورتي هرو تاريما رونيش راتي بفروا هرو من هنو هرو تار هرو واربو هرو هربرو هرو سايسة سايسار تبيو ايجتا كرابتيس مان تبيت هوتل كن نور بنوس ما مرر تبيو بكنتي كاتساتم توار سارات بسر كير تو مرتو يسر كورنشسن سهي سواتي باكر بارم كايرن كنس كم تو سواري تشوتم شوتس كبرتبن تهوي عري تمنو نات سنسات هسيل نور كنبت متفري تواشن كن براك موات بسات سوقفنا كت ونكت هري geb och sätten på ameni en herren petse petet heter den noun så kör här ket och mer second och den neftet chatta tu chatta på apet sekem en pet sekem toy har en namn på am utsent get tapijua på med het sekem resus sekem toy har en api mig tet sekem bas get bas där på bas så var nu var sekem en het bara se kunna bara köra där så det ni är in sig ankar subsora på kos sekem med sermentet så det sekem musik bara så dubli men ska det sermentet så mar så har pepsen hemmer så det kan mar pepser på kam kapat no horror madem tesam popering ke su uaj nas kartiaj poham sene pom sekuna mahar thleni arti tu roa pomalti mare heri saru kemisha karu neken sare karu pasti rai thare kermeti on tepep na brasa rekina buboi na tem se pare me babu turki ne hem ne per ne bhosha sorta pana na mahar heri tapruef na peti tasmen nut se pa kabu shara se ke tabur mer toy sobuj kon ne moi pesnes kom kemisha petor neken ne tren ke em ne tr ken mistu ma ken nem dun trans ken men ne tutora mesushui kar kaden jara to ana tet ne tet o sar men nem samen iso shoy ene ke sanete ko gori short ke ne sekim krui pai kam shari wa ameriko personal share ne meria ti sar un mate parti ti wa de ko ba tu ke kesmen wa sekim ko ne kni for fet men di ko en sari per datum sekna sek di ek ne de jurti auram sek nu wa ne kar mu pishon to ne ku parmen henu fen po ne fiu son ke gatum ta teknani problema met sort tek jurti atu ta tekmuni fu momenta casa sarani fu abu dian keten mati en japan ne her en ei jo ta jore mo hota temi korater armuto a keten detem tu exenatio tu meria chipiu kanar hat ne beraki wami tu on pet nu bet mahat rami tadep ne pero tu woman het hot he set tot tep de nari amarep in karnut en hes ju harek nuk menet ne experience chips merio kan kom hotep ne pero de op chips soik Mohammed kenari ko nuk sois wabara prem ket mutek messen tu nepetem ne keper ketia manu sek neper tepem na troi en doi da pare shishani na pacha kai kam taku se jek tam so tu ek teman na fru ek yaus over tem hotet yaus over tem hotet empati mesu pati utapiu yamat teater shram tu mutek neutral num nuku nemprem num mutapu nuk shishemni aprem nu kun trigoni am samrami u bagma nani think per nam term tar yal tot time so ke bram pe watam shara tu nami unu ek musiko shmo hor hadek soi partiko pete ora super kem dem ket na ke swak se ka tek nu dek wedem nu kuva fra akva kertua ek nu tam khiu kom strop washing time ku marchu to all tu ne priya summit in nuren pet moi hrune maname siru pakem ben suun patre sex and attack the feet top depem so ke prana nu ku top te kra tarem sana ke di kwa ma ka he ne ke branu Messesu tenuduai padem tet mutefna abu nekatadim kesudi senekti au webne setenekti a hawek natadi tiem seke mimi pet determin hena su and henum shiseke jude hidden seven miskeda I call my engine who in natadi war heo ketsu mesu shaf to what a bejet hayat no nek bejet na shek no gap capron to war rana patumami masaru do was attempt to do a rek never neshra crash kuki arides kamamun kisakabru tefim tabu mutamut Petra Shana Throng, number I conquer Nabu Pesach, Ami Shagek. Hekef Netru, Nabu, Shakatar and Hampshire Shepakatam can correct American Mutipus, Kirkeftical Tepet now, was out of Naman every waking in you with you, was at West of Tepet, wash ever washed his wash, some shit, Sir Mayan repair, and also having a second hawk and a sword. Corthen said what he saw, but I who is a pressure, and he said on Anam saw it, Nukum, pick up and Capru, Nebem get Caprasha, Caprim Prembra, Nutram Pamia, Urla. Antenatan manzen kabir te unatan ban kibir te un se rois so so bayu ku katami karibi me tu ari utrana itin tarasa bi watu nine abaek seba presiona coronani after 2 years at happening said wamar sabo second pintu di sabakara remam kior significar karatin jajara tu amu petem toim netrukada na makru amunef senetrone bi gakrine burwas ro hirosham tu amu amentem sikede de paranting markru amunef sentrunem sabnef sikana kwabe kwa second kankarin he wabe kamna second mer second nakamur kat skurish ponek shebai garsati kabir in kan back and what him kan kabir magnet ruha neshrak ne bejibatik ne get het care ne ke good someone came she shit met the you had some sekona shami to anam kuki you saw ne kebi ne men reducing and because then in the sefet and get you not got a cup kuat shatua unore kwa net pet it's a duro next a paper kupu back I got kesur tabak Imshu netunev et bia at any pet netty robin ebony netru messedesek tabraket and to it and to the effisimuni form and dancing capisanantum epis and jarajara marapes catapes of berepes horsaipes harina capruasan to get high mohoto from rapin shon tap to any at pertamping net rap natru mes Ezekiel kapasi anakampa. Newt, Gab, Newt. Kansu, ra. Orsimitok shabu banana sham trina, hi orsimitok shabu banana sham trina, hi orsimitok shabu banana sham trina, hi abradabra. So, I've got some really awesome stuff to share. And I got a few things I'm gonna read. Now, this first one, I did write it down in my book, though as I try to go over it in my small book, I should have just wrote it as I was starting to write it in here, because I can read it better in there. However, I feel this is massively significant and something that really is concerns all of us. And let's see if I can find it here without too much delay. I know I got it saved in my favorites, but one thing we can start out quickly with, and you could look this up yourself if you want to. So what I'm plugging in is on the Google search, or whichever search application engine you use, Esoteric, which is just hidden. Esoteric. Meaning of buffalo. Okay. This is where you come in. Everybody that is getting connecting. Everybody that's connecting here. The esoteric meaning of the buffalo centers on sacred abundance, gratitude, and manifestation, representing the spiritual realization that all needs are provided for through the connection with the divine. It symbolizes strength, grounding, and communal harmony, acting as a reminder to honor the earth and trust in the flow of life to receive prosperity. Trust in the flow of life, not control it. Trust it. The key aspects of the buffalo's esoteric symbolism include: the buffalo embodies the ability to manifest, particularly through prayer and praise, rather than struggle. The sacred white buffalo represents the ultimate symbol of hope, renewal, and spiritual awakening, signaling a time of peace. medicine of strength and survival. It symbolizes endurance and a deep grounded connection to the earth. Communal protection. The buffalo spirit focuses on protecting the community, especially children, and restoring balance. Spiritual authority. It invites individuals to become their own spiritual authority and create their own ceremonies to connect with the divine. I'm going to read that last one a second time for people with slow ears. The spiritual authority. The buffalo spirit focuses on protecting the community, especially children, and restoring balance. Of the spiritual authority, it invites individuals to become their own spiritual authority and create their own ceremonies to connect with the divine. In many Native American traditions, the buffalo is a revered figure that teaches that true wealth comes when the sacredness of all life is honored. This got me to thinking, and I wound up doing some reading. And did you know that there's two major countries on two vastly different continents, and each of them has a reservation land for people they shove down into the dirt. At least on the ground that I walk upon. There's catastrophic history that was unjustly done and continues to this day, attacking mind and heart and soul, destroying their ways of ceremony. And it's not just two places. This is all around the world. All around the world. All major countries. Pretty much. I got not every single one of them, but I do got a list in here somewhere. I'm not going to worry about going crazy looking for it. But where I am, the Sioux, Cherokee, the Lakota, Blackfeet, many, many, many others. They used to hunt the buffalo. They respected them and they honored them. In the kill, in using every part of the animal to stay warm, to stay fed. They did not abuse the land. The land was not sand. The land was green and lush and bountiful. Community existed. And those individuals who would come and raid a village, a tribe, well, typically that group was boys that had got kicked out because they were continually warned, they were continually talked to, they were continually assisted with, and they just kept destroying the community, so they were ousted. Or they ran away because they didn't like the rules. And so in their hunger, they banded together and they'd go steal food from the tribes, from their own families. And this would lead to conflicts.
But greater atrocities happen from outside sources. And not just on this land. All over the world. All over the world. And these people that are like you and me, don't matter the skin color, don't matter the place, they've been pushed to the bottom. Unjustly done. These are the buffalo reborn. Every single one of you, you're a white buffalo. If you have the love, if you do good, if you suffer rather than harm, and you still bless people, you're a white buffalo. And it's my understanding, through my connection of being high up on a mountain, that because they honored us, that's where we actually came. That was our last life. We were a buffalo. And now we're human. And the buffaloes across the world, they're white because they're clean, they're pure. They might have walked into a building and somebody shoved something down their throat and said, dress like this, behave like that, do this and do that, and watch your P's and Q's. But they couldn't pull out the love. They couldn't taint it with ugliness. They couldn't make you one of them. Because you're pure, your heart is pure, and you remember something. And I believe we've come back worldwide. The white buffalo, the herd of the white buffalo has returned. Not one. The whole dang herd. That's your power. It's to bless and to love. I think that's pretty significant. That's why you have a lot of love that you have, rather than judgment. Our dance is a spell. You've heard me talk about portals. There's some incidents that happened, and a great amount of people were slaughtered because they danced. Not for war, but to connect with the divine. They were slaughtered. We live in a different world nowadays. We got dance competitions and dance shows and all sorts of people dance. It's not a threat anymore. It's not a bad thing to dance. As long as you're being respectable, not destroying anything or harming anybody. And as I've talked about portals with stones and sticks and all sorts of elements that one might be able to get their hands on, to join hands with a 2, 3, 4, 6, 8, however many people, to join hands in a circle and to dance with joined hands, moving in a circle, that's a living portal of buffalo. And if I had a group of friends that I could go outside and do that with, I'd probably be somewhere else right now. It's called a ghost dance. The ghost dance. There's our roots on the Invisible College. Switching, we're going to the United Kingdom here, 1527 to 1608. So we're shifting here. On John Dee, he was the English mathematician. He was an astronomer, an astrologer, a teacher, an occultist, and an alchemist. He was the court astronomer for and advisor to Elizabeth I, and spent much of his time on alchemy, divination, and hermetic philosophy. As an antiquarian, he had one of the largest libraries in England at the time. As a Rosicrucianism, or in Rosicrucianism, it's a spiritual and cultural movement that arose in Europe in the early 17th century after the publication of several texts that purported to announce the existence of a hitherto unknown esoteric order to the world and made seeking its knowledge attractive to many. The mysterious doctrine of the order is built on esoteric truths of the ancient past, which, concealed from the average man, provide insight into nature, the physical universe, and the spiritual realm. The manifestos do not elaborate extensively on the matter, but clearly combine references to Kabbalah, Hermeticism, alchemy, and Christian mysticism. The Rosicrucian manifestos heralded a universal reformation of mankind through a science allegedly kept secret for decades until the intellectual climate might receive it. An example of the Rosy Cross symbol predating the early Rosicrucian manifestos is that shown comes from the 10th or 11th century. The symbol is a cavalry cross with a rose in its center, which is identical with what the Masonic Rosicrucian scholar Manly Palmer Hall claimed to be the original symbol of the Rosicrucians. In his work Silentium Post Clamores in 1617, the Rosicrucian Michael Mayer, he was born 1568 and died in 1622, described Rosicrucianism as having arisen from a primordial tradition in the following statement. Our origins are Egyptian, Brahmanic, derived from the mysteries of Ulysses and Samothrace, the Magi of Persia, and Pythagoreans and the Arabs. By promising a spiritual transformation at a time of great turmoil, the manifestos influenced many figures to seek esoteric knowledge. 17th century occult philosophers such as Mayer, Robert Flood, Thomas Vaughan, interested themselves in the Rosicrucian worldview. According to the historian David Stevenson, it was influential on Freemasonry as it was emerging in Scotland. In later centuries, many esoteric societies have claimed to derive from the original Rosicrucians. The largest and most influential of these societies has been the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, which consisted of several well-known members of society, including the British occultist Aleister Crowley. The other is the Rosicrucian Order, AMORC, an international initiatic fraternity which involves itself in several educational and cultural activities worldwide. Over the coming centuries, the memory of Dee would fade from official history of John Dee would fade. Indeed, it would become invisible. And in his invisibility, Dee would become headmaster of a new invisible college, a secret network of minds connected not so much by direct allegiance but by shared ideals, who may never have met each other in the physical world but who resonated in perfect harmony across continents and across time, working in tandem to drag Europe out of the church dominated dark ages and into a new aeon of scientific inquiry and religious liberty. John Dee, as in life, had been rejected in death by his homeland. Yet on the continent, a very different response was being initiated. Darne Francis Yates, in her tremendous Rosicrucian enlightenment, suggests that John Dee and Kelly's travels on the continent throughout the 1580s had far greater resonance beyond simply alienating the authorities. Rather, that what was actually accomplished was the seeding of the angels' new Hermetic super religion in the garden of Rudolph II's tolerant kingdom. Already fascinated with alchemy, magic, and the Kabbalah, Bohemia was ripe for a transmission of advanced knowledge from Dee. After circulating, Dee's ideas emerged in a new crystallized form as two Rosicrucian manifestos that were circulated in Germany in 1614 and 1615, the Fama Fraternitas and Conversior Fraternitas, thought to be the work of the German Protestant theologian and utopian Johannes Valentinus André. These epochal manifestos assured their readers that an invisible college or brotherhood of Rosicrucian adepts possessed of advanced knowledge of alchemy and natural philosophy existed in secret throughout Europe. Those who took such action soon made contact with each other, leading to the actual establishment of networks of alchemists and natural philosophers, transforming the myth into a method of reality. Those who sought the Rosicrucians by their own efforts essentially became the Rosicrucians, gaining entry by the sweat of their brow to that invisible college, a house not made with hands, eternal in the heavens, a fraternity that existed in the world of ideas and as such was immortal, recreating itself across the centuries in the minds and lives of those inspired by its ideals. And if this invisible college existed in this spiritual sense, then might it also be staffed by Dee and Kelly's spiritual schoolmasters? The secret society had supposedly been founded by the mythical Christian Rosencreutz, who had traveled throughout the world seeking for knowledge in vain before finding inner illumination and proceeding to found an elite order of magicians or invisibles who would maintain an anonymity in the culture at all times, blending in with their surroundings and proclaiming nothing but the ability to heal the sick, and who possessed the keys of advanced knowledge. Indeed, not only would the order tear down the Antichrist Pope, it would also bring an end to the world, returning it thereby to the perfected state of Adam in the garden. Sound familiar? The Jesuits and Rosicrucians were more alike than different. The elite adepts and shock troops of Catholicism and Protestantism, respectfully, locked in a magical war for the soul of Christendom and the world. The Rosicrucian manifestos hit Europe with monumental force, felt far beyond intellectual circles, parallel to and perhaps intertwining with the influence of Dee on the Rosicrucians was that of Francis Bacon, a titan in the history of European thought. It was Bacon who broke the millennia long hold of Aristotelianism, characterized as it was by mental gymnastics and assumptions not based on experiment and direct observation, and asserted the empiricism that would become science. Following Bacon, Michael Mayer spoke of the Rosicrucians as an order concerned with direct empirical experiment into the nature of reality. Bacon's method itself was also in the vein of, albeit a light speed jump from, the experiments of Agrippa and the alchemists. Bacon's 1605 advancement of learning, which appeared before the manifestos, had argued for a transnational brotherhood of scientists, and just as Dee might have, spoke of learning as illumination. Like Dee and the Hermeticists from whom he drew intellectual lineage, Bacon spoke not of forward looking science, but of recovering humanity's pre fall knowledge. At the same time, Bacon fundamentally rejected two of Hermeticism's core tenets: that the microcosm of man was a model in miniature of the universal macrocosm, and that secrecy was necessary to work. Bacon, throughout Hermeticism's clandestine attitude, encoded symbolism and reliance on twilight language, arguing instead for open and clear information exchange. In doing so, he greatly accelerated the intellectual development of Europe's. In 1620's Novum Organum went further, rejecting most of Western civilization's assumed truths as idols, doing for the intellect what Luther had done for the spirit. In their place, Bacon put the fundamentals of the scientific method. This new Rosicrucian culture built up Frederick, drawn together from the ideas of Dee, Bacon, Giordano Bruno, and the poetry of Philip Sidney, incorporating English chivalry and German mysticism, and characterized by Dee's new Hermetic religion of unity, love, and intellectual tolerance, flourished in Bohemia as one of many attempts to ground the ideals of the adepts into a functioning society. Such a blooming of Protestant culture was also an effort to strengthen ties with England as the outbreak of war with the Catholic powers approached. The emphasis on tolerance and unity of religion, which we can find in the earlier ideals of Postel Dee, and in more severe form in the millennial commands of the angels themselves, would, for an all too brief flickering of time, form a Pansophic and Halkin age. Within this lost golden age, we may detect the seeds of the Freemasonic lodges that offered tolerance to all men provided they were not atheists. And henceforth, the ideals that made the American and French revolutions this Third Reformation would go further than the Reformation or Counter Reformation and lay the groundwork for a new Rosicrucian society. The legend of the Rosicrucians, however, would not go away. In 1627, a year after Bacon's death, his New Atlantis was published, a remarkable fantasy of a Christian utopia of illuminated men, highly resonant with Dee's general and rare memorials and full of references to the Rosicrucian manifestos. This new Atlantis was to be governed by Rosicrucians gathered at Solomon's house, a new sobriquet for the Invisible College, for mythological push for colonization that Dee had initiated was now furthered by Bacon. Here we have a guiding myth for the formation of America as a Rosicrucian utopia guided by illuminated men, a transposition of the ideals of Frederick V of Bohemia to the New World, where an enlightened society might thrive, free from the stultifying grasp of Rome. In the novel, the New Atlantis is built on the mythical island of Bin Salam, west of Peru. 8 years prior, Andre himself had published a tract entitled The Republique Christianopalatarne Descripito, which dismissed the Rosicrucians, which Andre himself had probably publicized or created, as a joke, but also argued that their ideals should live on in the establishment of a utopian Christian island free from the grasp of the Antichrist Rome. This utopia would be ruled by science, Kabbalah, sacred geometry, and angels, with city officials even named after archangels like Uriel and Gabriel, and the city itself planned along almost Freemasonic lines of square and circle, microcosm and macrocosm, the Kabbalistic numerology. Both Dee and Bacon, Yeats argues, were clear influences on this plan. Indeed, the 20th century occultist Manly P. Hall was certain that the Rosicrucian effort to liberate Europe and Bacon's utopian dream of a new Atlantis found their full expression in America, that the Rosicrucians guided the American and French revolutions, and that they even designed the Great Seal of the United States to leave their calling card. The Eye of Providence, or infamous Illuminati Eye, that appears in the seal, like the Rose Cross, is also a Lutheran symbol. Ideas are immortal, and invisible brotherhoods cannot be silenced with gunpowder. Over the coming decades and centuries, Europe's young geniuses would again and again encounter the immortal legend of the Rosicrucians. Among those who entertained the idea of contacting the invisibles, as they were known, were René Descartes, Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz, Johannes Kepler, and Isaac Newton, all central to the birth of rational science. Here, Rosicrucianism comes into focus as a bridge from the scintillating yet fanciful assumptions and ideas of Hermeticism, Renaissance, Neoplatonism, and operative magic to the functional corpus of modern science. This, at least, is the Yeats thesis. The Rosicrucian manifestos were a bluff and dare to humanity. Science was humanity's response when given such a lofty ideal to strive for. For this is magic, reality out of fiction, something out of nothing, a rabbit out of a hat, myth becoming method. 5 years later, in 1652, the Rosicrucian manifestos themselves were published in English by the Welsh alchemist Thomas Vaughan under the name Eugenius Philalethes, financed perhaps by Sir Robert Moray, later of the Royal Society. Yet if it was John Dee who had so long suffered in obscurity to lay the groundwork for what became the Royal Society by tirelessly working to establish England as a center of scientific learning, educating its next generation, petitioning for a British library and scientific center, modeling such a center at Mortlake, and ultimately by inspiring the Rosicrucian myths that became the guiding ideals of the men who founded the society. It's thanks to Causaborn, however, that Dee's memory and crucially his actual records of work with the angels comprising the reception of Liborloker, the 49 calls, and his political adventures on the continent have been preserved, despite the numerous errors in Causaborn's edition. The material would later be worked into a treatise of angel magic by the occultist Thomas Rudd, now catalogued in the British Library as Harley 6482, which would go on to inspire future magicians like Frederick Hockley to reattempt these experiments, despite the fact that Rudd replicated Causaborn's printing errors. Elias Archimol, born in May of 1617 and died the 18th of May in 1692, was an English and antiquary, politician, officer of arms, astrologer, student of alchemy. Ashmole supported the royalist side during the English Civil War, and at the restoration of Charles II, he was rewarded with several lucrative offices. Ashmole was an antiquary with a strong Baconian leaning, towards the study of nature. His library reflected his intellectual outlook, including works on English history, law, numismatics, choreography, alchemy, astrology, and astronomy and botany, although he was one of the founding fellows of the Royal Society. A key institution in the development of experimental science, his interests were antiquarian and mystical as well as scientific. He was an early Freemason, although the extent of his involvement and commitment is unclear. On October 16th of 1646, Ashmole was initiated as a Freemason at Warrington while he was a prisoner of war. His diary entry of this event is one of the first known references to Masonry in England. Importantly, it marks the transition of Masonry from operative, that is, a fellowship of actual working stonemasons, to speculative, or a symbolic association of society gentlemen. In the same year, Ashmole met William Lilly, an astrologer with a keen interest in angel magic, which Ashmole eagerly sought to learn. Another contact may have been the angelic conjurer William Hodges, and in 1652, Ashmole records that he met a Mr. Thompson who had successfully called up angels. As Ashmole amassed his collection, deep study of alchemy soon occupied him as well. Inspired by the Rosicrucian legend, Ashmole petitioned the Invisible College in the classical manner, writing a request for entry as a private prayer. After acquiring these diaries in 1672, Ashmole became freshly obsessed, copying their contents by hand and translating them over the next 2 years. He simultaneously began practical work with the angelic system, which persisted until at least 1676. Ashmole indeed recorded some success in marking things go bump in the night. From there, the manuscripts passed into the collection of Hans Sloarne and then into the safe hands of the British Library, where they now make up part of the Sloarne collection. Through Ashmole, we can form a tentative link between Dee and Freemasonry. According to the Masonic scholar Arturo de Horios, Ashmole and his cohort, possibly including the aforementioned angelic magicians, may already have formed their own occult society by the time Ashmole joined the fraternity in 1646. The goal of this society was the literal reconstruction of Bacon's The House of Solomon on the island of Ben Salam from the New Atlantis. That is the literal realization of the Invisible College in the New World. If Ashmole did indeed bring such a secret society with him into the pre-existing body of Masonry, in order to use Masonry as cover, one can speculate that this could have helped catalyze the creation of modern Freemasonry in all of its exoteric and esoteric forms out of the body of operative Masonry. It is also possible, though not proven, that Ashmole himself created the Blue Lodge degrees of craft Masonry, entered apprentice, fellowcraft, and master mason, through which all new masons pass. Ashmole's acquisition of the Dee material came 26 years after his initiation into Masonry, but he was still an at least sporadically active Mason during the time. Ashmole is on record attending a lodge meeting in 1682, 10 years after he came into possession of the Dee material and 6 years after the end of his own scrying experiments. This would have given him more than enough time to digest and absorb the angelic system and its geopolitical ramifications before passing it on to others. If Dee did inspire the Rosicrucian movement, as Dante suggests, then this would be another vector by which his work in turn influenced Freemasonry, as Rosicrucian motifs were soon integrated into higher grade Masonic rites.
The influence of Masonry in combining the influence of Rome and assisting in the genesis of the French and American revolutions, and therefore further establishing a Protestant Enlightenment age scientific power base in Europe and the New World, is well documented. It is hard not to see further chess moves in the angelic plan for a singular world government and religion in these events. Following Ashmole's death, the craft degrees of Masonry would soon blossom into higher rites purporting to contain further esoteric information. Most importantly, Scottish Rite Freemasonry, which was forming out of the English Lodge system as early as the 1730s. When the Supreme Council of the Scottish Rite was officially constituted in Charleston, South Carolina, in May 1801, a document circulated among initiates entitled Darchul's Register, which contained a copy of the angelic alphabet in the hand of Giles F. Yates, 33rd degree, albeit inaccurately written. The register also included copies of several other magical alphabets, including Hebrew, Greek, Celestial, and the alphabet of Passing the River, and others. These were copied from Francis Barrett's The Magus, the Magus, a popular reworking of Agrippa's 3 books of occult philosophy, published the same year the Scottish Rite was founded, as we shall see shortly. Barrett also have personally trained Frederick Hockley, the great-grandfather of the Golden Dawn, which itself emerged from Freemasonry. Freemasonry, an institution that was inarguably contributed to shaping history and continues to maintain unbroken tradition into the present. What is certain is that both of the first recorded Masonic initiations, Ashmole in 1646 and Robert Moray in 1641, were of members of the Royal Society. Even earlier, in 1638, a poem published in Moray's hometown of Edinburgh proclaimed, "We be brethren of the Rosy Cross. We have the Mason word and second sight. Things for to come we can foretell aright." Second sight is a well-known phenomena by which certain Scottish families are believed to possess inborn psychic abilities, publicized in Walter Scott's 1817 Rob Roy. References connecting the Masons to the Rosicrucians continued throughout the 17th century, including the establishment of Rose Croix degrees in the Scottish Rite. Masonry is itself concerned with the same themes. Dee and his forebears were and is an expression of the truths of the adepts that any man of any background, provided he is a worthy brother, should be able to enter and vitalize within his own life at a deep level. And far beyond the obscuring writings of cloistered Hermeticists, Masonry has formed the backbone of Western civilization for over 3 centuries. Rosicrucianism, upon contact with England, thus inspired 2 distinct expressions of its spirit. Freemasonry and the Royal Society, and Rosicrucianism itself is the grandchild of John Dee, who carried on and crystallized the earlier streams of Hermeticism, Renaissance Neoplatonism, and operative magic, thus forming the critical nexus point for the passage of the entire occult tradition throughout Europe's history. Yet Dee is again excised from the official story, probably for the same reason that he went unmentioned by Francis Bacon or the founders of the Royal Society. Like the Society, Freemasonry was already out on a cultural limb and taking pains to disassociate itself from anything that might end in criminal charges. Sorcery was still too volatile, and it was too much of a social liability to mention Dee in any official capacity, no matter what the new Masons and scientists studied or did behind closed doors. And this is a great, great shame, for the whole of post-Renaissance culture has in effect forgotten its progenitor. Yet if Rosicrucianism and Freemasonry were the fruit of Dee's theoretical work, particularly the Mones Hieroglyphica, what of the angelic magic itself?
Running parallel to the growth of Freemasonry, it is possible that an underground tradition carried on the angelic sessions outside of the strict bounds of Freemasonry, largely cloistered in its upper echelons of society, and expressed as publications. Through Hockley, this material passed to Kenneth Mackenzie and Reverend W.A. Arton, both members of the Societas Rosicruciana in Angelia, Syria, an esoteric order within the already covert society of high-degree Masonry, linking Freemasonry and Rosicrucianism. The Syria instituted likely continuing from earlier orders and Kabbalah-based 10-degree grade system upon which later esoteric orders were constructed. And it is from the Sharia that the founders of both Golden Dawn, William Woodman, William Westcott, and MacGregor Mathers, and the Ordo Templi Orientis, Theodore Reuss, would hail. All men trained first in the Sharia gravitated toward the foundation of new orders in order to pursue both co-masonry and, more explicitly, magical experimentation. Kenneth Mackenzie, to whom Hockley passed his techniques of angel magic, was a friend of both William Wynne Westcott, Supreme Magus of the Syria and co-founder of the Golden Dawn, and the French occultist Eliphas Levi, who initiated the modern occult revival with the publication of Transcendental Magic. Levi first mapped the tarot to the Tree of Life, a scheme later adopted by the Golden Dawn. Through Westcott and Arton, the occult knowledge of Sharia, including the Dee and Kelly material, was first transmitted through Rudd and Hockley and then researched in the Sloan manuscripts, would be combined with Levi's insights as well as material discovered in mysterious cipher manuscripts to form the nucleus of the Golden Dawn, the most well-known and influential occult order in Western history. Rather than Dee's material being preserved by Masonry, which only ever happens to hint at it, a more probable model is that Masonry formed a social matrix within which angelic magicians moved, networked, and passed information on a one-to-one basis, influencing their environments and social groups, both directly and indirectly. Whatever the truth is, both of these fragmentary histories come together, without question, in the formation of the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn. The Golden Dawn was a co-Masonic initiatory order comprised of 11 grades divided into 3 orders, based on the Tree of Life, of which the higher grades were likely only theoretical during the time the order was in operation. Candidates drawn in part from the ranks of London high society, including such illustrious members as W.B. Yeats and Florence Farr, but mostly the mundane middle classes, were educated in the arcana of Kabbalah, tarot, Egyptian mythology, biblical lore, angelology, and Ortiarna, and everything else the order could assemble. Initiations were conducted in Masonic lodges, with the candidate being walked around to various temple officers who explained a magical lore, like the watchtowers. The lower grades were each dedicated to an element, with the initiate working to awaken and finally balance the elemental aspects of their soul in each grade. In the meantime, students were given basic lessons in magical theory, including instruction in the Hebrew alphabet, Kabbalistic correspondences, geometric figures, and more. These outer order teachings were in turn based on an inner order bedrock of Dee's angelic system. The great work of magic itself was emblemized as two trees, a perfected tree of life before the fall, in which Adam and Eve enjoy the divine grace of the supernal Sephiroth of Kether, Shokma, and Bina, and a fallen tree in which the red dragon of the Klifuf, or unredeemed individual ego, destroys the cosmic balance of the tree by raising its head to the 11th Sephira, Darth, situated in the abyss of hallucinations, breaking the divine order of creation. It was this fallen state that the order's adepts were to overcome, just as earlier Renaissance magicians sought to reverse the course of nature, recover the prisca theologia, and become mens of adaptus. Upon passing the initial grades and thereby reaching the second order, beginning at the sphere of Tifereth, the freshly made adeptus was now instructed in operative magic, given instructions in how to make a set of elemental weapons or magical tools, and shown how to perform rituals to control the elemental, planetary, and zodiacal forces, among other techniques. With these tools mastered, the adept was now ready to assess the angelic watchtowers, which subsumed all of the material they had thus far learned. In this way, the Golden Dawn system itself may be seen as a set of training wheels for operating the watchtowers. Training wheels. Which, of course, is only one part of the total angelic system. Exploring the watchtowers through astral projection, or scrying in the spirit vision, as the order called it, was thus to make up a part of the work of the Adeptus Minor grade. Aleister Crowley's mentor Alan Burnett, along with Florence Farr, Charles Roser, and other Golden Dawn Second Order adepts, formed a working group entitled the Sphere to fulfill this task. Burnett would later convert to Theravada Buddhism in Ceylon and become the first missionary to bring Buddhism to England. Crowley's secretary, Israel Rigarde, who published the papers of the Stella Matutina splinter group of the Golden Dawn in the late 1930s in contravention of his oaths, notes that the original Golden Dawn manuscripts on Enochian magic totaled over 70,000 words, including supplementary diagrams. Rigarde, for his part, stated that the system of the watchtowers was one of the most amazing magical schemes that I have ever encountered, since it provides a thoroughgoing and comprehensive synthesis of the entire magical system of the Golden Dawn. Every important item of knowledge and practice found itself incorporated within the scope of these angelic tablets. Every worthwhile technical form of magical procedure in all branches of ritualistic work find themselves represented in a single noble system. The technical approach of the Golden Dawn to the watchtowers is impressive and still forms the first introduction to Enochian that modern students of the occult encounter significantly. The group fully developed the 49 angelic calls into a system of interacting with the various kings, seniors, and angels of the tables, and provided the calls themselves to students, albeit in a mangled form, in which the order spaced out each angelic word by placing Hebrew vowels within them, creating a version of Enochian that sounds oddly like Italian when spoken, and that again has nothing to do with the original Dee and Kelly material. The order also provided students with the instructions for calling the 30 Aethers. Through the Golden Dawn, the Enochian material made its way into the hands of Aleister Crowley, the order's most infamous initiate, who would make the most significant effort at exploring Dee and Kelly's angelic system, since the two men themselves, while sojourning in Algiers in 1909 with his student Victor Norberg, Crowley would progressively scry the 30 Aethers, which even Dee and Kelly never attempted. At least not on record. Through Crowley, likely the most controversial figure in the history of occultism, The Golden Dawn's teachings, including those on Enochian, would find their full expression and their inversion. I'm gonna brew some coffee. I'll be right back. Well, I'm not leaving. I'm in the room. So we're going to start today with Dante's Inferno. I should say today's book. That information was from another book. I just had it printed out. And if I had the title, I'd share it, but I just, back in the day, I just printed material. I just printed material. And the Inferno, Dante Alighieri. We're gonna get into that. But I'm gonna let that coffee brew for a little bit. Huh. It's interesting. It just started raining. It's like myself earlier when I started crying at the end of the blessings this morning. I was feeling connection. No words, just heart, just complete heart, like so we're not going to jump directly into the story. We're actually going to read the beginning of it. We're going to start the beginning, little history. Dante Alighieri. Dante Alighieri was born in Florence in 1265 to Alighiero Alighieri, who appears to have been a moneylender and a property holder, and his wife Bella. Alighieri's was a family of good standing. Much of what we know of Dante's earliest years comes to us from La Vita Nuova, the New Life, completed around 1293, in which he tells the story of his idealized love for Beatrice Portinari, whom he encountered just before his 9th birthday. Beatrice died in 1290, but remained Dante's idealized love and muse throughout his life. Sometime around 1285, Dante married Germa Dornati, with whom he had 3 sons and a daughter. Dante's public life is better documented than his private life. It's known that he counted among his closest friends the poet Guido Cavalcanti and the philosopher and writer Brunetto Latini, who is generally credited with bringing classical literature to the 13th century Florence. Dante began an intense study of theology at the churches of Santa Maria Novella and Santa Croce in 1292, and was well versed in classical literature and philosophy, as well as religious thought. Membership in a guild was a requirement to participate in the government of Florence, and Dante partook of his privilege after enrolling in the Arte der Medici Speciali Guild of Physicians and Apothecaries in 1295. He was elected to serve as a prior, the city's highest office, in 1300. That rain is sending a message through. By early 1302, however, Dante had fallen out of his favor in Florence. The Goths, the ruling body with whom Dante's family had long been associated, had split into two factions, the white and the black Goths. Dante aligned himself with the whites, who were opposed to the intervention of Pope Boniface VIII and his representative Charles of Valois in Florentine politics. While Dante was in Rome with a delegation protesting papal policy, Charles of Valois entered the city and a proclamation was issued banishing Dante and others, ordering them to be burned alive should they fall into the hands of the Florentine government. Dante never returned to Florence. Even after the exiles were granted a pardon, he probably began La Divina Commedia, the Divine Comedy, around 1308, during his extensive travels throughout Italy. The work brought him fame as soon as it began to circulate in hand copy form, and at a time when the printing press had not yet been invented. Dante's travels took him to Verona, where he resided on and off for some 6 years, and finally to Ravenna, where he died on September the 14th of 1321 after falling ill in Venice. Dante's Alighieri is considered to be one of the world's greatest poets. In the words of the 20th century poet T.S. Eliot, Dante and Shakespeare divide the world between them. There's no third. In May or June, an exact date unknown, Dante Alighieri is born to Alighieri. Alighieri, a Florentine moneylender and renter of properties, and his wife Bella, daughter of a family of good standing. In 1272, Bella dies. In 1274, according to his later collection of poetry and prose La Vita Nuova, The New Life, Dante lays eyes on Beatrice Portinari for the first time during festivities on May 1st. Throughout his life and career, Dante cites Beatrice as his muse and as the benevolent force in his life, maintaining that she inspired the best part of his work. Dante, some scholars contend, studies at the universities of Bologna and Padua. In 1282, Dante's father dies, leaving a modest inheritance of property. In In 1283, Dante passes Beatrix in the street and she greets him with encounter, inspires a vision-like dream which Dante recounts in a sonnet that he circulates around Florence. One of the readers, the poet Guido Cavalcante, becomes Dante's friend and mentor. About the same time, Dante finds a role model and teacher in Brunetto Latini, a writer and influential Florentine politician and man of letters. In 1285, Dante is married to Germa Dornati, to whom he was betrothed when he was 12 and Germa was 10. In 1287, Beatrice marries Severance de Bardi, member of a wealthy clan. In 1288, Dante's son Giovanni is born. Dante and Guillermo will have three more children, Pietro, Jacopo, and Antonia. In 1289, it is believed that Dante, having been trained in knightly warfare, fights in the Battle of Campardino on June 11th, when the Goths with whom Dante sympathizes defeat the Ghibellines. On August 16th, Dante goes into battle again, this time against the Garpaisans, to restore the fortress at the village of Caprona to the Gulevs, from whom Ghibellines have captured it. In 1290, Beatrice dies in June. In 1292, Dante begins to study theology, first at the Dominican Church of Santa Maria Novella, then at the Franciscan Church of Santa Cruz. His theological readings will have a profound influence on his works. 1293, Dante completes La Vita Nova, which he had begun around 1283 to celebrate his beloved Beatrice. In 1295, Dante enrolls in the Arte dei Medici Speciali, guild of physicians and apothecaries, which includes philosophers as well. Membership in a guild gives him a say in Florentine government. Dante's friend and mentor Brunetto Latini dies. In 1300, Dante, a persuasive and eloquent speaker, is appointed to Florence's high office as one of the city priors. He holds this office from June 15th to August 15th. Florence is once again divided into warring factions, the white and black Goths. Dante's sympathies lie with the whites, who favor independence from papal authority in what he considers to be the best interests of Florence. He must concur with a priors when they sent Guido Cavalcante and his longtime friend into exile on the Tuscan coast, where he dies of malaria. Dante travels as part of a mission to the city of San Gimignano to rally Tuscan cities against the territorial ambitions of Pope Boniface VIII. In 1301, Dante goes to Rome to ask Pope Boniface VIII to help prevent the French Charles of Valois, a Partist sympathizer, from entering Florence. Charles takes the city in November, and the other side harshly regained power. On January 27th, Dante is accused of corruption and bribery, fined and sentenced to 2 years in exile. When he does not reply to the charges, his home and possessions are confiscated, and on March 10th of his sentence is increased. He is now banished for life and condemned to be burned alive if he ever returns to the city. In 1303, Dante travels throughout central and northern Italy and affiliates himself with the Florence exiles. He appears to have been much dissatisfied with his colleagues. Dante arrives for a stay in Verona as a guest of Bartolomeo della Scala, son of a local ruling family. 1306, Dante works on the second Convivio, the banquet, a philosophical treatise on poetry influenced in part by the writings of Aristotle. Throughout these years, he travels to Lucca, where some think he encounters his eldest son, Giovanni, Arezzo, Padua, Venice, and other cities. It is believed that Dante probably begins work on La Verna Commedia, the Divine Comedy, turning first to the Inferno. In 1308, he will complete the larger work shortly before his death in 1321. In January of 1309 through 1311, Dante attends the coronation in Milan of Henry VII of Luxembourg as King of Lombardy. Dante views Henry as the rightful ruler of Italy and writes two impassioned letters to Florentines, imploring them to open their gates to Henry. Dante begins a 6-year stay at Verona in 1312, interrupted by frequent travels as a guest of Con Grande della Scala, a powerful political leader. While in Verona, Dante revises the Inferno, writes and revises Purgatorio, Purgatory, and begins Paradiso, Paradise. His second son, Pietro, joins him in Verona. Henry VII dies, putting an end to Dante's hopes of returning to Florence in 1313. In 1315, Dante refuses an offer from Florence, allowing him to return if he pays a reduced portion of a fine imposed upon him at the time of his exile. He calls the pardon ridiculous and ill-advised. Another decree is issued against Dante as well as his sons, condemning them to beheading if they are captured. The Inferno gains recognition throughout Italy. From 1319 to 1321, Dante stays in Ravenna as a guest of Guido Novello da Polenta, two of Dante's sons, Pietro and Jacopo. His daughter, Antonio, and his wife, Germa, join him. Antonio enters the convent of Santo Stefano degli Olivi in Ravenna, taking the name Sister Beatrice. In 1321, Dante travels to Venice to help negotiate a peaceful resolution to a disagreement that has arisen between Ravenna and Venice. During his return to Ravenna, across marshy lands, he contracts malaria fever. He dies on the night of September 13th and 14th of 1321. He is buried with all the honors deemed worthy of such an illustrious deceased man, writes Giovanni Boccaccio, the author of another great 14th century Italian masterpiece, the Decameron. Dante's remains are in Ravenna's Church of San Francesco, though Florence has tried repeatedly to have them moved to the poet's place of birth. Florence establishes the chair of Dante, an academic position for the preservation and study of Dante's works. This position was first held by Giovanni Boccaccio, who was not only a friend of Dante's, but whose own literary perspective was influenced by the poet's writing, and who was one of Dante's first biographers. So next we're going to get into the story of the Inferno in brief. And know a little bit more about it than just jumping into it. Of course, Dante's Inferno, you know a little bit about it. In the first canto, the writer, having lost his way in a gloomy forest and being hindered by certain wild beast from ascending a mountain, is met by Virgil, who promises to show him the punishments of hell and afterward of purgatory, and that he shall then be conducted by Beatrice into paradise. He follows the Roman poet. In Canto 2, After the invocation, which poets are used to prefix to their works, he shows that on a consideration of his own strength, he doubted whether it sufficed for the journey proposed to him, but that being comforted by Virgil, he at last took courage and followed him as his guide and master. In the third canto, Dante, following Virgil, comes to the gate of hell, where, after having read the dreadful words that are written thereon, they both enter. Here, as he understands from Virgil, those were punished who had passed their time, for living it could not be called, in a state of apathy and indifference, both to good and evil. Pursuing their way, they arrive at the river Acaron, and there find the old ferryman Charon, who takes the spirits over to the opposite shore, which as soon as Dante reaches, he is seized with terror and falls into a trance. Canto the fourth, the poet, being roused by a clap of thunder, and following his guide onward, descends into limbo, which is the first circle of hell, where he finds the souls of those who, although they have lived virtuously and have not to suffer for great sins, nevertheless, though lack of baptism, merit not the bliss of paradise. Hence, he is led on by Virgil to descend into the second circle. The fifth canto is the coming into the second circle of hell. Dante, the entrance, beholds Myrnos, the infernal judge, by whom he is admonished to beware how he enters those regions. Here he witnesses the punishment of carnal sinners who are tossed about ceaselessly in the dark air by the most furious winds. Among these he meets with Francesca of Rimirni, though pity at whose sad tale he falls fainting to the ground. On the sixth canto, on his recovery, the poet finds himself in the third circle, where the gluttonous are punished. Their torment is to lie in the mire under a continual and heavy storm of hail, snow, and discolored water. Cerberus, meanwhile, barking over them with his threefold throat and rending them piecemeal, one of those who on earth was named Sciatico, foretells the divisions with which Florence is about to be distracted. Dante proposes a question to his guide, who solves it, and they proceed forward. They proceed toward the fourth circle. In the seventh canto, in the present canto of the seventh, Dante describes his descent into the fourth circle, at the beginning of which he sees Plurtus stationed. Here, one like doom awaits the prodigal and avaricious, which is to meet in direful conflict, rolling great weights against each other with mutual upbraidings. From hence Virgil takes occasion to show how vain the goods that are committed into the charge of fortune, and this moves our author to inquire what being the fortune is, of whom he speaks. Which question being resolved, they go down into the fifth circle, where they find the wrathful and gloomy tormented in the Stygian lake. Having made a compass round a great part of this lake, they come at last to the base of a lofty tower. In the eighth canto, a signal having been made from the tower, Largias, the ferryman of the lake, speedily crosses it and conveys Virgil and Dante to the other side. On their passage, they meet with Filippo Argenti, whose fury and torment are described. Then they arrive at the city of Dis, the entrance to which is denied, and the portals closed against them by many demons. Canto 9 is after some hindrances, and having seen the hellish furies and other monsters, the poet, by the help of an angel, enters the city of Dis, wherein he discovers that heretics are punished in tombs, burning with intense fire, and he, together with Virgil, passes onward between the sepulchres and the walls of the city. In Canto 10, Dante, having obtained permission from his guide,
holds discourse with Farinata Dergli, Uberti, and Cavalcante, who lie in their fiery tombs that are yet open, and not to be closed up till after the last judgment. Farinata predicts the poet's exile from Florence and shows him that the condemned have knowledge of future things, but are ignorant of what is at present passing, unless it be revealed by some newcomer from earth. Canto 11 is that Dante arrives at the verge of a rocky precipice which encloses the seventh circle, which he sees the sepulchre of Anastasius the heretic, behind the lid of which, pausing a little to make himself capable by degrees of enduring the fetid smell that steamed upward from the abyss, he is instructed by Virgil concerning the manner in which the three following circles are disposed, and what description of sinners is punished in each. He then inquires the reason why the carnal, the gluttonous, the avaricious, and the prodigal, the wrathful and gloomy, do not suffer their punishments within the city of Dis. He next asks how the crime of usury is an offense against God, and at length the two poets go toward the place from whence a passage leads down to the seventh circle. In the 12th canto, we have descending by a very rugged way into the seventh circle, where the violent are punished. Dante and his leader find it guarded by the Minotaur, whose fury being pacified by Virgil, they step downward from crag to crag till drawing near the bottom. They catch sight of a river of blood, wherein are tormented such as have committed violence against their neighbor. And these, when they strive to emerge from the blood, a troop of centaurs running along the side of the river aim their arrows, and three of their band opposing our travelers at the foot of the step. Virgil prevails so far that one consents to carry them both across the stream, and on their passage Dante is influenced by him of the course of the river and of those that are punished therein. In the 13th canto, still in the seventh circle, Dante enters into the second compartment, which contains both those who have done violence on their own persons and those who have violently consumed their goods. The first changed into rough and knotted trees whereon the harpies build their nests, the latter chased and torn by black female mastiffs. Among the former, Pierdella Vernet is one who tells him the cause of his having committed suicide, and moreover in what manner the souls are transformed into those trunks. Of the latter crew, he recognizes Larno as Cernese and Gercolmo of Pordoarn, and lastly a Florentine who had hung himself from his own roof, speaks to him of the calamities of his countrymen. In the 16th canto, or I should say in the 14th canto, they arrive at the beginning of the third of those compartments into which this seventh circle is divided. It is a plain of dry and hot sand where three kinds of violence and are punished, namely against God, against nature, and against art. And those who are thus sinned are tormented by the flakes of fire which are eternally showering down upon them. Among the violent against God is found Camparnius, whose blasphemies they hear. Next, turning to the left along the forest of self-slayers, and having journeyed a little onward, they meet a streamlet of blood that issues from the forest and traverses the sandy plain. Here Virgil speaks to our poet of a huge ancient statue that stands within Mount Irta in Crete. From a fissure in which statue there is a dripping of tears, from which the said streamlet
together with the three other infernal rivers, are formed. Canto 15 brings out that taking their way upon one of the mounds by which the streamlet spoken of in the last canto was embarked, and having gone so far that they could no longer have discerned the forest if they had turned round to look for it, they meet a troop of spirits that come along the round to look for it, or they meet a troop of spirits that come along the sand by the side of the pier. There, these are they who have done violence to nature, and among them Dante distinguishes Brunetto Artini, who had been formerly his master, with whom, turning a little backward, he holds a discourse which occupies the remainder of this canto. In Canto 16, we have a journeying along the pier which crosses the sand. They are now so near the ends of it so as to hear the noise of the stream falling into the eighth circle, when they meet the spirits of three military men who, judging Dante from his dress to be a countryman of theirs, entreat him to stop. He complies and speaks with them. The two poets then reach the place where the water descends, being the termination of this third compartment in the seventh circle, and here Virgil having thrown down into the hollow a cord wherewith Dante was girt. They behold at that signal a monstrous and horrible figure come swimming up to them. In the 17th canto, the monster Geryon is described, to whom where Virgil is speaking, in order that he may carry them both down to the next circle. Dante, by permission, goes a little further along the edge of the void to catch sight of the third species of sinners contained in this compartment, namely those who have done violence to art, and then returning to his master, they both descend, seated on the back of Garyon. Canto 18 brings out that the poet describes the situation and form of the eighth circle, divided into 10 gulfs, which contain as many different descriptions of fraudulent sinners. But in the present canto, he treats only of two sorts. The first is of those who either for their own pleasure or for that of another have seduced any woman from her duty. And these are scourged of demons in the first gulf. The other sort is flatterers, who in the second gulf are condemned to remain immersed in filth. Canto 19. They come to the third gulf, wherein the punished of those who have been guilty of tyranny. These are fixed with the head downward in certain apertures, so that no more of them than the legs appears without, and on the soles of their feet are seen burning flames. Dante is taken down by his guide into the bottom of the gulf, and there finds Pope Nicholas V, whose evil deeds, together with those of other pontiffs, are bitterly reprehended. Virgil then carries him up again to the arch, which affords them a passage over the following gulf. Canto 20. The poet relates the punishment of such as presumed, while living, to predict future events. It is to have their faces reversed and set the contrary way on their limbs, so that being deprived of the power to see before them, they are constrained ever to walk backward. Among these, Virgil points out to him Empharaos, Tiresias, Aruns, Armanto, from the mention of whom he takes occasion to speak of the origin of Mantua, together with several others who had practiced the arts of divination and astrology. Canto 21.
Still in the eighth circle, which bears the name of Marburg, they look down from the bridge that passes over its fifth gulf upon the Bertors, or public peculiators. These are plunged in a lake of boiling pitch and guarded by demons, to whom Virgil, leaving Dante apart, presents himself, and license being obtained to pass onward, both pursue their way. In the 22nd canto, Virgil and Dante proceed accompanied by the demons to see other sinners of the same description in the same gulf. The scheme of Ciampolo, one of these, to escape from the demons who had laid hold on him. Canto the 23rd. The enraged demons pursue Dante, but he is preserved from them by Virgil. On reaching the sixth gulf, he beholds the punishment of the hypocrites, which is to pace continually round the gulf under the pressure of caps and hoods that are gilt on the outside but leaden within. He is addressed by two of these, Cartalarno and Lodaringo, Knights of St. Mary, otherwise called joyous friars of Bologna. Carthapius is seen fixed to a cross on the ground and lies so stretched along the way that all tread on him in passing. Canto 24. Under the escort of his faithful master, Dante, not without difficulty, makes his way out of the sixth gulf, and in the seventh sees the robbers tormented by venomous and pestilent serpents. The soul of Varni Forci, who had pillaged the sacristy of St. James in Pistoia, predicts some calamities that impended over that city and over the Florentines. Canto 25. The sacrilegious Furci vents his fury in blasphemy, is seized by serpents, and flying is pursued by the Carcus in the form of a centaur, who is described with a swarm of serpents on his haunch and a dragon on his shoulders, breathing forth fire. Our poet then meets with the spirits of three of his countrymen, two of whom undergo a marvelous transformation in his presence. The next canto of 26, remounting by the steps down which they had descended to the seventh gulf, they go forward to the arch that stretches over the eighth, and from thence behold numberless flames wherein are punished evil counselors, each flame containing a sinner, save one, in which were Diomede and Ulysses, the latter of whom relates the manner of his death. Canto 27. The poet, treating of the same punishment as in the last canto, relates that he turned toward a flame in which was the Count Guido da Montefalco, whose inquiries respecting the state of Romagna he answers, and Guido is thereby inclined to declare who he is and why condemned to that torment. Canto 28 is that they arrive in the ninth gulf, where the sowers are of scandals, schismatics, and heretics are seen with their limbs miserably maimed or divided in different ways. Among these, the poet finds Mohammed, Piero dar Meraserna, Curio Moscar, and Bertrand de Born. In the 29th canto, Dante, at the desire of Virgil, proceeds onward to the bridge that crosses the 10th gulf, from whence he hears the cries of the alchemists and forgers, who are tormented therein. But not being able to discern anything on account of the darkness, they descend the rock that bounds this, the last of the compartments in which the eighth circle is divided, and then behold the spirits who are afflicted by divers plagues and diseases. Two of them, namely, Grifolino of Arezzo and Caporcio of Sierna, are introduced speaking. In the 30th canto, in the same gulf, other kinds of impostors, as those who have counterfeited the persons of others, or debased the current coin, or deceived by speech under false pretensions are described as suffering various diseases. Cernan of Troy and Adarmo of Brescia mutually reproach each other with their various impostures. The 31st canto. The poets, following the sound of a loud horn, are led by it to the ninth circle, in which there are 4 rounds, one enclosed within the other, and containing as many sorts of traders. But the present canto shows only that the circle is encompassed with giants, one of whom, Arpeus, takes them both in his arms and places them at the bottom of this circle. Canto 32. The canto treats of the first and in part of the second of those rounds into which the ninth and last, or frozen circle, is divided. In the former, called Corcana, Dante finds Camecesorne de Parisi, who gives him an account of other sinners who are there punished, and in the next, named Antenora, he hears in like manner from Borca degli Abarti who his fellow sufferers are. In Canto 33, the poet is told by Count Ugolino de Gerardeschi of the cruel manner of which he and his tower of Pisa, by command of the Archbishop Ruggieri. He next discourses of the third round, called Ptolemy, wherein those are punished who have betrayed others under the semblance of kindness. And among these he finds the friar Albergio de Manfredi, who tells him of one of those soul who's already tormented in that place, though his body appeared still to be alive upon the earth, being yielded up to the governance of a friend. Canto 34. In the fourth and last round of the ninth circle, those who have betrayed their benefactors are wholly covered with ice, and in the midst is Lucifer, at whose back Dante and Virgil ascend, till by a secret path they reach the surface of the other hemisphere of the earth, and once more obtain sight of the stars. Yeah, come on, cool. All right, we're gonna get into the introduction.
different elements connect you with different ancestors, spirits, or any other means. Dante's life and times. We know little about the private lives of Homer and Shakespeare, the only two poets who may be said to rival Dante's influence in the Western tradition, or indeed his genius. Some critics have raised doubts about the authorship of the Iliad and the Odyssey, and about the rich poetry and drama of Shakespeare, but Dante Alighieri, the man whom the 19th century British writer and critic John Ruskin called the central man of all the world, is unquestionably the author of the great epic poem we call the Divine Comedy, of which the Inferno is just one of three parts. Dante, the man, remains inextricably tied to the content and action of the Divine Comedy, both as its narrator and as its central protagonist. Many of the important events in his life figure prominently in the work, and the reader, to whom a good many of these biographical details are not immediately transparent, must seek out information in annotations that centuries of scholars and commenters have compiled. The problematic quality of autobiographical details in Dante's works is that they may allude to real historical events that actually occurred, or to fictional events from Dante's fertile imagination. It is not always easy to separate the fact from fiction. Dante the poet is also the epic's protagonist. Dante the pilgrim, it required a breathtaking act of poetic license for Dante to make himself the hero of an epic, a genre usually populated by warriors and heroes. The results, however, have silenced any critical objections to his presumption. Scholarly debate over Dante's poem has continued since its first appearance in manuscripts in the early 14th century, 1300s. The unbroken tradition of writing about Dante from that time to the present remains unparalleled in its complexity and breadth by that on any other major Western author, including Shakespeare. And yet problems arise from the fact that in spite of the great deal we know about Dante, much of this gained from the poem itself. There is not a single extant autographed manuscript of his many works, including his poetic masterpiece. Every one of his many works has come down to us in such a complicated manuscript tradition that his contemporary editors can still carry on heated debates about which text should be accepted as the best one, or whether indeed some of his minor works are actually to be attributed to his own hand. Born on some day between May 14th and June 13th of 1265 in the Tuscan city of Florence, Italy, a child was christened in the baptistery of San Giovanni on March 26th of 1266 with the name Dorante Alighieri, later contracted to Dante Alighieri. Dante's family, the father Alighiero and the mother Bella, was not particularly wealthy or distinguished, but was sufficiently well off that Dante could later participate in the Republican government of Florence, eligibility for which rested primarily upon economic status, according to Dante's testimony in La Vita Nuova, the New Life. He first encountered a girl named Beatrice Portinardi when they were both 8 years of age. He saw her again 9 years later in 1283, a decisive encounter in his poetic and intellectual development. This meeting inspired Dante's unrequited love for Beatrice, who died in 1290, and led him to begin writing poetry. Dante married a woman named Germa Donati. The marriage contract is dated 1277 and apparently had 4 children. Dante must have enjoyed a very good education, probably from the schools that had grown up around the ecclesiastical centers in Florence, the Dominican Church of Santa Maria Novella, the Augustinian Church of Santo Spirito, and the Franciscan Church of Santa Croce. He certainly received stellar training in Latin grammar. He would later compose a number of works in Latin, and must have read extensively into Latin classics and rhetoric books typically employed in medieval education. The poet also came under the influence of Brunetto Latini, 1220 to 1295, under whose tutelage he probably encountered not only the works of Aristotle and Cicero, but also important works written in Old French, such as the Romance of the Rose and the Troubadour lyrics written in Old Provencal, one work attributed to Dante, but still contested by some scholars, and probably written between 1285 and 1295. Is Fioe, the Flower, a series of 232 sonnets summarizing the Romance of the Rose. The lyric poetry Dante produced between the early 1280s and the mid 1290s holds much greater importance in his poetic development. These 90 or so poems of undoubted attribution represent a kind of artistic workshop for the young aspiring lyric poet. The poems display a variety of metrical forms: sonnets, sestirnas, ballate, dance songs with repeating phrases, and canzoni, or deleke songs, as the name implies, consisting of a number of stanzas and a shorter envoy. Dante considered the canzone to be the noblest form of poetry. The kind of poetry was popular among the major groups of lyric poets. Dante admired, imitated, and sometimes criticized the Provencal troubadours such as Arnaud Daniel and Bertrand de Born, the Sicilian school of poetry that flourished from around 1230 to 1250, the members of which included Pier della Vergna and Giacomo della Tierni, the probable inventor of the sonnet, the Tuscan school led by Giltor de Arezzo, the Bolognese group of poets led by Guido Gonizelli, and what came to be known as the Dorse Stil Nuovo poets, the sweet new style, a group of Tuscans including not only Bonacciolta da Luca, Cyrano da Pistoria, and Guido Cavalcanti, but also Dante himself. Dante places a number of these individuals in the Divine Comedy as a testimony to his own library, development, and to his argument that poetry represents one of humanity's most noble callings. Had Dante stopped writing poetry with his lyric production and never composed the Divine Comedy, he would be remembered only by the medievalists as the author of a moderately interesting Latin treatise on political theory, De Monarchia, on monarchy, completed during the last decade of his life, and an unfinished Latin treatise on vernacular language and its use in poetry, De Vulgardi Eloquentia, on eloquence in the vernacular tongue, probably written between 1302 and 1305. Without the Divine Comedy, there would have been little reason for Dante to have composed his unfinished Italian Convivio, the Banquet, a philosophical consideration of poetry that is also inspired by religion. In fact, rather than being admired for the often abstract and ethereal love lyrics typical of the sweet new style, another historical label that would not have existed without the Divine Comedy, since the term itself comes from a line in his epic poem. Dante would be recognized primarily for La Verta Nuova and for explicitly sensual lyrics called the Rime Petrus, literally the rocky rhymes that reveal his interest in metrical experimentation and a highly sophisticated understanding that the courtly love celebrated by the Provenical poets, often Dante's models, was firmly based on required lust rather than unrequited love. Such a poetic reputation would not have attracted much critical attention during the past 6 centuries from anyone but highly specialized scholars. Dante's love poetry, however, led to the stroke of genius that ultimately saved him from so unremarkable a future. Dante had the immensely clever idea of taking 31 of the lyric poems he had composed treating an unrequited love for a girl named Beatrice and of setting them within a prose frame. Although not widely read and immediately eclipsed by the appearance of his great epic, La Virta Nuova, probably completed around 1293, represents a fundamental step forward in Dante's poetic and intellectual development. The Italian prose framework of the work allowed Dante to comment on his own work. The idea of a poet who presents a series of poems on love and then includes his own readings of the works was a unique invention that flirts with a postmodern conception of literature as an ironic revisitation of what has been written in the past. La Virta Nuova represents a precious step toward Dante's decision to become the protagonist hero of an epic poem filled with self critical images of its author. This little work already contains the key distinction in the Divine Comedy between protagonist and narrator, who are the same person but are viewed from different perspectives. But even more important was the revolutionary role of Beatrice in La Vita Nuova by the addition of the poet commentary, of the prose commentary. Dante projects Beatrice as one whose name, life, and effects upon the narrator are associated with blessings and salvation, and especially with the number 9, the square of 3, the number of the Trinity. Her death nearly destroys the narrator of La Virta Nuova, but in the process of mourning, Dante envisions a Beatrice who has become a figuration of Christ and a guide to his salvation even before her dramatic appearance in the Divine Comedy. Did Beatrice really exist? We know that there was a real person named Beatrice Portinari who died around the time Dante says his Beatrice died. Did she really have such an influence upon the young Dante, or does Dante simply invent this conceit in order to embark on a revolutionary treatment of a woman's role in a poet's life? It is impossible to prove or disprove this influence, for we only have Dante's word. Whether or not the young Dante was so struck by Beatrice at the age of 8 that she led him to a poetic glory, Dante states that this earlier enamoramento transformed his life and mind. In the process, Dante raised the poetry of praise, the most traditional role of medieval love poetry, to the highest possible level, surpassing the traditional claims of courtly poetry that a woman's love, sexual or chaste, refined a man. Dante affirmed that a woman's love could lead a man or a poet to God, and this bordered on blasphemy. It was at the same time a step back from the avowed sensuality of troubadour lyrics and the creation of a literary relationship between the lover and his beloved that would later come to be labeled Platonic. For approximately a decade between the time La Vita Nuova was completed and his exile from Florence in 1302, Dante divided his activities between writing and active participation in the communal government. In 1289, Dante took part as a cavalryman in the Battle of Campaldino, in which the Florentine Golfis were victorious against the Ghibellines of the nearby Tuscan city of Arezzo.
Guelph and Ghibellines traditionally refer to Italian political factions allied, respectively, to the papacy and to the Holy Roman Empire. But the intense and bitter rivalries within the city state governments of Italy made things more complicated than that. If your enemy was a Guelph, you became a Ghibelline, and vice versa. Conflicts between families and clans were often more important than the more weighty issues of empire versus papacy. Florence was traditionally Guelph, as were most of the city-state republics, intent upon removing themselves from the restrictions of either church or state. But even the Guelphs divided into warring factions. The Black Guelphs were most extreme and had the closest ties to the papacy. The White Guelphs, Dante's party, were generally more moderate in their politics. In 1300, Florence boasted a population of around 100,000 and may have risen to 120,000 before the Black Plague of 1348 devastated the city, as did most of Western Europe. And this Italian city state was a crucial player in the politics of the period because of its central location, its vibrant Republican government, and particularly its enormous wealth. Its flourishing textile industry, specializing in luxury goods of wool and silk, but also more humble fabrics made from cotton and linen, and its international banking business dominated world trade and commerce, even rivaling that of Venice, a commercial city and seafaring republic. Florentine politics reflected not only the struggle between Ghibellines and that the two factions of Guelphs, but also class conflict between the impoverished mass of humble workers on the one hand, and the two groups of economically well off people who governed and who were themselves often in conflict. The elite upper class patricans, who represented a small number of powerful families and were not really noble in the medieval or feudal sense, and the more numerous but less prestigious middle class merchants, artisans, notaries, lawyers, manufacturers, and shopkeepers who were members of the various guilds and corporations in the city state. The politics of the city remained turbulent because of friction between various groups, although members of the groups were often connected to each other by ties of family, religion, friendship. Conflicts often turned into violence, riot, and warfare, with financial ruin and exile being the favorite punishment for those who lost the struggle. Constant internal conflict led quite naturally to a search for outside allies, further complication, further complicating the situation within Florence. In the 14th century, the Florentine florin served as the standard currency for the entire European economy. Its value was carefully maintained. 24 carats of purely refined gold accepted almost everywhere in the known world as legal tender. Rapid commercial communications operated by the Florentine banks, the invention of double entry bookkeeping, and shrewd dealings abroad made Florence the capital of the major service industry of the Middle Ages. When Tuscan banks began to collect papal revenues all over Europe, the profits were enormous, based upon high banking charges and incredible profits from the luxury goods produced by the textile industry. The Florence economy supported a huge building program between 1250 and 1320. The popular monuments, now visited by busloads of foreign tourists each year, the Bargello, the churches of Santa Croce and Santa Maria Novella, the Dolmo of Santa Maria del Fiore, and Palazzo Vercillo, numerous family palaces, were all begun during Dante's lifetime. Florentines were so omnipresent in the economic life of Western Europe that they were called the fifth element by a pope.
The other four elements, of course, were earth, fire, air, and water. Florentine bankers collected taxes for various foreign monarchs and loaned money to both sides in European wars, gaining the reputation as usurers for their trouble. Florentines ran at least one European navy, and like their counterparts in Venice, they journeyed as far as China and India in search of profit. In the process, they began to patronize architects, painters, and sculptors in such an enthusiastic and sophisticated manner that the city soon became the artistic capital of the known world. By the time Dante, Petrarch, and Boccaccio died, they had virtually created Italian literature and fixed the Italian language in the form that we know it today. Unlike Old French or Old English, Old Italian is just Italian, thanks to the example of Dante and his two brilliant successors, together known as the Three Crowns of Florence. Religious life in Florence was vibrant, and the cloister and pulpit concerned Florentine citizens as much as the bank and the factory did. In fact, a significant part of the city's remarkable artistic production was directly linked to religious patronage. Religious organizations also contributed a great deal to the daily life of the city. The life of a medieval Florentine was marked from the cradle to the grave by religious ritual. Time was told by canonical hours, and the passing of the seasons was marked by religious holidays, saints' days, and church processions. Moreover, the city's clerics provided much of the education, and religious confraternities supplied much of the social assistance before the advent of a welfare state. One of Tuscany's wealthiest citizens in the next century, Francesco da Terni, began his ledger book with detailing phrase, "In the name of God and prophet." The relationship between economic wealth and moral corruption, the latter caused a society that avidly pursued profit and tried to retain its religious devotion, would provide Dante with one of the key themes in the Inferno: the moral and ethical corruption of both church and society, brought about by the wealth produced by the new people that Dante's essentially conservative social views could not abide. Florence also boasted some of the greatest reformists, fire and brimstone preachers of the time, figures who reflected the great popular piety of both the masses and members of the ruling classes and the intelligentsia. Echoing the concerns of these preachers, Dante sometimes seems like an outraged Jeremiah, but his moral indignation over corruption and evil doing was shared by many of his fellow citizens. In spite of Dante's reservations about the new people who were busily making Florence into the most exciting place in the Western world, Florence soon became a cultural and commercial center that would rival Athens and Rome in its brilliance during the period between the 13th and the 16th centuries. Once the merchant class determined that internal conflict was bad for business, the city's government found a novel way to limit the strife. In 1293, a fundamental constitutional change, the Ordinamenti de Justitia, the Ordinances of Justice, took place in Florence, supported by the Guelph faction. Essentially, it limited political participation in the republican government of the city to members of the major guilds of or corporations, basically merchants, bankers, magistrates, notaries, and the moneyed classes. It is important to remember that medieval guilds were not modern labor unions. Membership usually excluded common workers and included only people with property or money. In 1295, Dante joined the Ordine dei Mercieri Speciali, Guild of Physicians and Apothecaries. the same guild to which most artists of in Renaissance Florence subsequently belonged, because apothecaries provided the materials for paintings. He was elected to serve a 2-month term as one of the 7 city priors, but fulfilling his civic duty proved to be disastrous for Dante. The elevation to this office identified him as an important white Guelph and made him a target when the more radical black Guelphs seized powers from the white Guelphs, while serving as one of the 3 Florentine ambassadors to Pope Boniface VIII in Rome in 1302. Dante was sentenced first to exile and then to death if he should ever again set foot in his beloved native city of Florence. Dante's exile lasted until his death in 1321 from malaria at Ravenna, where he enjoyed the protection and patronage of Guido Novello of Polenta, after receiving the same type of hospitality from Congrande della Scala in Verona. He wrote the Divine Comedy during his long years in exile, and his body was laid to rest in Ravenna, not in Florence, where it remains to this day, in spite of Dante's life in exile and the composition of the poem outside his native city. The Divine Comedy has a distinctive Florentine and Tuscan character. The poem often reflects the partisan struggles that swept over Italy during Dante's day, and in so doing allowed the poet ample opportunity to pay back his political foes. Many of the most memorable figures in the Inferno are essentially minor historical characters who played a role in the Internazione and the Internecine factional struggles of 14th century Florence, and who had a personal effect on Dante's life. Many minor historical figures, although condemned to a hell of Dante's invention, their depictions inspired by Dante's rancor and righteous indignation, or occasionally by his admiration, have been transformed by Dante's poetry into major literary characters. So next is a overview of the Divine Comedy. Several times in the poem, Dante refers simply to his creations as the comedy. The subsequent 16th century edition of a manuscript published in Venice during the Renaissance added the adjective divine to the title, where it has remained ever since. The poem is an epic, owing a good deal of its structure and content to the epic tradition that began in Western literature with Homer's Iliad and Odyssey, works Dante could not have read since he knew no Greek. Few readers of Virgil's Aeneid, however, would ever know the Latin epic better than Dante, who absorbed many of the lessons he might have learned from a direct reading of Homer through an indirect encounter with Homer in Virgil's poem. In celebrating the birth of the city of Rome, destined to rule the classical world by Virgil's lifetime, the Latin poet could not have predicted that his imperial capital would eventually become the capital of Christianity, or that the Latin race would be fully Christianized. The link of Rome to both the Roman Republic and Empire on the one hand and to the rise of Christianity on the other hand was never far from Dante's mind when he considered what Rome meant to his own times. Virgil's Latin epic became the single most important work in the formation of the ideas that would eventually produce the Divine Comedy. Dante also read carefully other Latin epics that are less popular today. One such book was Lorcan's Pharsalia, a Latin work that described the Roman civil wars and was also full of horrible monsters and marvelous sights. He admired two Latin epics by Statius, the unfinished Archeriad, a treatment of Achilles in the Trojan War, and the more important Theribaid, a poem treating the fratertal struggles of the sons of Ordirpus in the city of Thebes. Ovid's Metamorphoses provided Dante with a most influential repository of poetry about classical mythology. However, there is really no classical precedent for the overall structures of the Divine Comedy in which the author is also the epic protagonist, and every man who is not a warrior or a city founder. Homer and Virgil would never have dreamed of making themselves the heroes of their epic works. Dante, the pilgrim, and Dante, the poet's epic, takes a journey that the poet believes must be taken by every human being. No matter how many trappings of the classical epic the Divine Comedy may contain, invocations to the Muses, masterful epic similes, divine messengers sent from the deities, lofty verse, and monsters and other figures cited from the literature of mythology of ancient Greece and Rome. The underpinning of the entire poem is fundamentally religious. It's a Christian epic and, more specifically, a Catholic epic. For the first time in Western literature, the values and ideals of an epic poem derive from the fundamental tenets of Christianity as they were understood during the Middle Ages. This means Catholicism as meditated by the dominant theology of the time, the scholasticism of St. Thomas Aquinas, as well as the writings, teachings, and examples of such figures as St. Augustine, St. Francis, Saint Benedict, Saint Dominic, Saint Bernard, and Saint Bonaventure. Ancient philosophy, in particular, the works of Cicero, Boethius, and Aristotle, filtered through these Christian lenses, as did the traditional Platonic picture of the universe as earth-centered and the classical rhetoric and erudition, often based on either scholastic commentaries in Latin or Latin translations of Arabic commentaries on Greek texts. The most important philosopher of the Middle Ages in Italy, as in Europe, was Aristotle. The sage Dante calls the master of those who know. Inferno the Fourth, 131. By the time Dante was born, more than 50 of Aristotle's works had been translated into Latin, although these works were often read alongside scholastic or Arabic commentaries. Plato is virtually unknown during Dante's time, except for an incomplete Latin translation of the Timaeus. The emergence of Plato as a rival for Aristotle would not occur until the Medici family of 15th century Florence sponsored the publication of Latin translations of the entire body of Plato's works. In addition to his profound knowledge of Christian philosophy and theology, Dante had a familiarity with the Bible that was extensive for his time, an era when most Catholics may have only heard scripture cited in sermons or read to them out loud during the celebration of the Mass, or even depicted in narrative fresco paintings and tempera altar pieces in the churches. In the centuries before the Reformation, declared that every man could be his own priest. Few laymen actually read the Bible. Dante was certainly an exception to this general practice, and the Bible he would have read would have been some version of St. Jerome's Latin Vulgate. In the Divine Comedy, Dante draws almost 600 references or citations from the Bible, compared to almost 400 from Aristotle and almost 200 from Virgil. Interestingly enough, the number of classical and biblical citations is almost identical, an eloquent testimony to Dante's conscious desire to synthesize the classical and Christian traditions in his poem. The theme of Dante's epic work is the state of souls after death.
Consequently, the entire work is subdivided into three parts, each corresponding to one of the three possibilities in the Christian afterlife. In Inferno 21 through 3, Dante refers to the part of the poem devoted to hell as the first song, La prima canzone. Canzone means both song in a generic sense, but also referred to a specific poetic genre, a relatively long composition, the rough equivalent of the ode, with a number of stanzas and an envoy. Dante valued the Italian canzone form for its rich poetic possibilities. At the end of Purgatory in Canto 33, 140, he employs another, even more suggestive term for the three major parts of the work, canticle, cantica. If labeling his epic poem a canzone recalls Dante's origins in his secular lyrics, both the amorous and the moralizing variety, calling it a cantica reminds us of the religious nature of its context. Since the term retains the biblical suggestion of Song of Songs, cantica canticorum in Vulgate Bible, the two terms Dante employs when referring to his poem also reflect Dante's intention to synthesize very different literary and philosophical traditions in his epic, blending the secular love lyrics of La Vierta Lurva and the tradition of courtly love with the greatest lyric poetry of the Bible. Besides the terms Dante uses to refer to the three parts of his epic poem, the number of parts suggesting the Holy Trinity, Dante employs the term canto, first mentioned in Inferno 22, for the name he gives to the 100 subdivisions of the three canticles of his poem. Canto suggests both poetry and song and singing in Latin. The cantos in the poem are divided as follows: 34 in the Inferno and 33 in both Purgatory and Paradise. Dante obviously considers Canto first of the Inferno to be a kind of general prologue to the work. Thus, the poem may be said to reflect the following numerical structure: 1 plus 33 for Inferno, plus 33 for Purgatory, plus 33 for Paradise is 100. Given Dante's fascination with symbolic numbers, the suggestive quality of this arrangement is certainly intentional. Dante's poem contains 14,233 lines of hendecasyllabic verse in terza rima. The length of each canto may vary from between 115 and 160 lines. Hendecasyllabic verse, following Dante's noble example, became the elevated poetic line of choice in Italian literature, just as the peerless example of Shakespeare's blank verse of iambic pentameter has privileged that poetic form in English. In general, the most successful English translations of Dante, such as Longfellow's, have always been in blank verse, not in rhymed verse. Italian poetry is not scanned by feet, but by counting the number of syllables in a line. Since most Italian words are accented on the penultimate syllable, hendecasyllabic verse generally contains 11 syllables with the 10th accented. However, lines of 10 syllables or even 12 syllables occur in the poem infrequently, but still follow the general rule governing accents. In the first case, the 10th or last syllable is accented, while in the second case, the 10th syllable of a 12th syllable line retains the accent. Dante's great metric invention was terza rima, this incomparable narrative form as stanzas of 3 lines, tercets, in which the first and third lines rhyme with each other, and the second lines rhyme with the first and third line of the next tercet. The formula for terza rima may be written as follows: ABA,
BCB CDC D dot 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 WXW XYX YZYZ. Note that each canto begins with a pair of alternating rhymes but ends on a single line. The rhyme scheme also makes run-on lines enjambment infrequent in the poem. Since the focus is upon rhymes at the end of lines, English compared to Italian is relatively impoverished with rhymes, and this explains in large measure why most attempts to repeat Dante's terza rima have met with dismal failure in English translations. The Trinitarian association with a rhyme scheme that relentlessly repeats itself in series of threes seems obvious. What is less obvious, but probably also intended by Dante, is that terza rima helped to protect his manuscripts from changes by scribes, either accidental or intentional, and eventually by proofreaders after the advent of printing. We may not have an autographed manuscript of the Divine Comedy, but even after the passage of 6 centuries of the text, Dante's poem that has been established for us today represents an amazing, accurate version of what Dante must have written, thanks in part to the meter of the poet invented.
The next portion covers Dante's hell. It has conception, geography, and its system of punishments. So today, we got about 30 minutes left, and I think I can read the rest of this introduction in 30 minutes. And let's see where our time is at that point. Dante's Hell, Conception, Geography, and its System of Punishments. Church doctrine in Dante's time as today holds that hell's function is to punish for eternity human souls who died in mortal sin without a sincere confession of their faults that express repentance for their misdeeds. These miscreants do not qualify for the purifying punishments of purgatory, where souls who do not die in mortal sin escape eternal damnation and suffer temporary expiation before receiving their blissful reward in paradise. When Dante began his poem, he was certainly aware of biblical and classical views of the afterlife. In the Sheol of the Hebrew Old Testament and the Hades of classical antiquity, souls after death did not really receive retribution for their earthly sins or particularly attractive rewards for their earthly merits. But the Christian Church, affirmed by the theology of such major writers as Augustine and Thomas Aquinas, conceived of hell as a place where the good were separated from the evil and deeds on earth were weighed and judged. Dante's famous notice over the gate of hell underlines the eternity of hell's punishment. All hope abandon, ye who enter in. But it is also clear from a reading of the entire poem that Dante considers the greatest punishment possible to be not the incredibly original and grotesque physical punishment he invents for his work, but instead the eternal loss of communion with God that is enjoyed by the blessed. Dante's poetic genius partly resides in his many ingenious inventions for the shape and character of hell. Dante's Inferno is a hollow cone shaped by a displaced territory after Lucifer's expulsion from heaven and fall to earth. It is situated under Jerusalem and consists of 9 concentric circles that grow ever smaller and house more and more evil sinners. Ultimately, hell ends at Earth's core, where Lucifer is imprisoned in ice. Contrary to popular opinion, fire and brimstone are not the typical infernal punishments, although they are present. The place is filled with a number of rivers, swamps, deserts, a burning plain, a huge waterfall, frozen lake, the towers of the city of Nice, and the ditches and bridges of Malbolge. 10 sections of a circle shaped like ditches, pouches, or purses, because the science of Dante's day followed the Platonic system of the universe in astronomy and Aristotle's teachings on physics and biology. Dante considered hell to be in the center of Earth, which in turn was in the center of the universe, with the sun revolving around it. A great chain of being extended from gross matter, animals, and humanity to the nine orders of the angels, and then to God in the Empyrean heaven. Dante's Inferno generally reflects traditional medieval thinking on astronomy and science, but the poet is also capable of enriching this tradition with his own ideas to enliven his picture of the other world. The most important rule of the Inferno, as well as the Purgatory and Paradise, is that Dante makes the rules. Laws can be broken or twisted to suit his poetic purposes, but they're always his alone. Such inventive details, often created by the author out of whole cloth, provided the reader with a rich, textured world of real individuals and a universe with its own specifically Dantesque regulations and customs. In many respects, Dante's Inferno is not an unfamiliar place. Its most interesting inhabitants are not classical monsters, mythological figures, or heroes, but instead are contemporary Italians, figures from all over the peninsula. It is an all too human world that we all immediately recognize as the one in which we live. Jean Paul Sartre once wrote that hell is other people. Dante would have said, "We have met the damned, and they are we." Apart from all of the entertaining ingenious house rules in hell that Dante invented, one of the great intellectual achievements of Dante's Inferno as a work of art is its original synthesis of the Christian and the classical worlds in hell's organization. For example, the idea of a visit to the underworld was suggested to Dante by the obvious example of Virgin's Aeneid. Since Virgil had been to hell before, who else would be more qualified to guide an Italian poet who loved Virgil's epic work on another journey through the same territory? Numerous specific physical punishments in hell require guardians or bureaucrats, not to mention torturers enjoying their work, just as a prison requires jailers and executioners. Thus, Dante employs a wide variety of classical figures to serve in this capacity, including Charon, Myrnos, and the Centaurus. The river of hell are those of classical antiquity, such as Archeon, Styx, Vergethorn, and Lethe. Numerous classical figures, such as Alexander the Great, Brutus, Caesius, and Ulysses, appear in the various circles in which they suffer eternal damnation, along with Dante's contemporaries. No more heuristic juxtaposition of ancient and modern, classical and contemporary, will occur in Western literature until the 16th century appearance of The Prince and the Discoveries on Levi, two books by Niccolò Machiavelli that effect a similar synthesis by founding a new realistic view of politics upon comparative analysis of ancient Romans and contemporary Italy or Europe. The most counterintuitive aspect of Dante's Inferno is that the seven deadly sins of lust, gluttony, avarice, or prodigality, sloth, wrath, envy, and pride, the obvious scheme for organizing the punishment of the sins of damnation, serve not to organize the physical layout of hell, but that of purgatory, whose structure directly embodies these traditional seven deadly sins. The shape of the mountain of purgatory, however, resembles a reverse image of the shape of hell.
Instead of a hollow cone beginning narrower and narrower, the image of purgatory is that of a mountain with 7 terraces, each devoted to one of the traditional sins. In Paradise, Dante employs the 9 angelic orders to organize the geography of heaven into different regions leading up to the Empyrean. He also associates these different realms with planetary bodies as well as with the classical virtues: prudence, fortitude, justice, and temperance, and the 3 Christian virtues: faith, hope, and charity. The organization of hell, Dante recognizes the 7 deadly sins as well as the golden rule and punishes these infractions severely. But he structures the sins and punishments with an eye to classical notions of human failings, taking his ideas primarily from Aristotle with suggestions from Cicero. As a result, his system of punishment provides the greatest and most original synthesis of classical tradition and Christian thinking. Even though the system of punishments and the corresponding geographical structure of hell are outlined at length by Virgil in Canto 11 of the Inferno, it has always confused readers of the poem and has been argued over by scholars for centuries. The problem is complicated by the fact that there are 34 cantos and 3 main divisions of sin, themselves subdivided into subcategories over 9 circles. In his Nicomachean Ethics, Aristotle spoke of incontinence, malice, and insane bestiality. Dante follows these concepts to some extent, for in the first circles of hell he punishes sins of incontinence and that result from immoderate impulses. Here is the structure of the first part of Dante's hell: the beginning of the journey, the dark wood, Virgil's arrival, antechamber of vestibule, neutral angels, and the lukewarm, the first circle limbo, the virtuous pagans. Sins of incontinence. Second circle, lust. Third circle, gluttony. Fourth circle, avarice and prodigality. Fifth circle, anger and sloth. The first circle, limbo, and the sixth circle, heresy, are more difficult to associate with sins of incontinence than are the other traditional deadly sins in circles 2 through 5, because they have an intellectual and willful aspect. The sixth circle, rebel angels and hearsay, it lies within the walls of the city of Dis, and this break in the geography of hell also marks the transition from the less grievous sins of weak impulses such as lust to the more dreadful sins dominated by willful malice to do harm to others, a deliberate misuse of reason, a gift from God to humans. Notice that Dante, in contrast to prudish religious thinkers, does not consider lust to be a very serious sin. Lust is important enough to send someone under its domination to hell, but it is not a sin about which the poet is obsessed. Anything but a Puritan or a religious fundamentalist, Dante realizes that betraying a friend is far more serious than giving in to one's sensual desires, because it breaks one of the essential bonds between humans. Sins of malice, divided into 2 subcategories in the 7th circle and the 8th circle, involve either force or violence and fraud. In the 7th circle, or violence, this category of sin is broken down into 3 subcategories, each of which breaks the admonition of Christ to love God, one's neighbor, and oneself. Violence against others, such as murders or warmongers; violence against oneself, such as suicides; violence against God, nature, and art, such as blasphemers, sodomites, and usurers. Simple and complex fraud or treachery are punished in the 8th and 9th circles. In the 8th circle and Malaborche, Dante represents 10 subcategories of simple fraud, each punished in a different borgia, which translates as ditch.
purse or pouch. First Borgia, panders and seducers. Second Borgia, flatterers. Third Borgia, simonists. Fourth Borgia, fortune tellers and soothsayers. Fifth, grafters and barators. Sixth Borgia, hypocrites. Seventh Borgia, thieves. Eighth Borgia, evil counselors. Ninth Borgia, sowers of discord. And the 10th Borgia, falsifiers and alchemists, evil impersonators, counterfeiters, and false witnesses. The ninth circle of complex fraud or treachery in a region called Scotus contains four divisions and displays sins that break the most essential human rights: faithful, familial, political, and social. Karna covers treachery against relatives. Antinora is treachery against party, city, or country. Ptolemaea is treachery against guests. Jorderica is treachery against lords and benefactors. The relationship between the sins Dante describes in hell and two of Aristotle's moral categories, incontinence and malice, seems clear enough. Nonetheless, many of Dante's critics have raised questions over the third category of insane bestiality. Most refer to this third Aristotelian category to all sins of violence, but a few relate the category specifically to complex fraud in the ninth circle. Dante expects his reader to keep in mind the location of each circle, the sin punished there, the specific description of the punishment, the sinners encountered in that area, and which canto contains this particular material, but sorting out this complicated material with its mass of detail may disorient a first reader of the Inferno. An inevitable question on a Dante examination to discuss in detail the organization of sin and its punishment in the Inferno has created hellish nightmares for generations of students. Perhaps Dante's ingenuity and graphic fantasies failed only to invent an appropriate place in hell and a suitable punishment for two subcategories of his future readers. Teachers who ask this devilish question and students who fail to answer it properly. The general rule regulating the actual physical punishments in hell, as opposed to their geographical location or their moral hierarchy from less to more serious, is called contraparso, finally defined relatively late in the Inferno. Contraparso is a variation on the Old Testament, lex talionis, law of retaliation, and retribution. Longfellow translates contrapasso quite neatly as counterpoise. Dante's Italian term comes from the Latin translation of a Greek word found in Aristotle's Nicomachean Ethics and discussed extensively by St. Thomas Aquinas in his commentary on the Astrolean passage. The original Greek word meant retaliation, clearly relating it to the lex talionis of the Old Testament, the proverbial eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Many readers of the Divine Comedy are puzzled by what they find to be a lack of compassion in his first canticle of the work, since nothing seems more foreign to the moral teachings of Christ than the righteous indignation of a progressively less compassionate pilgrim as he meets sinners and comes to damn them as his understandings of the nature of sin matures. But the reader must never forget that the souls in hell have died in mortal sin and have had ample opportunity to seek and obtain forgiveness, and in the worst case scenario to expiate their evil deeds in purgatory. What we may call the house rules of hell are among Dante's most genial poetic inventions. The afterlife was never so minutely or so creatively described in the Bible or in classical writings as it is in Dante's The Divine Comedy. The Inferno contains any number of special laws that Dante devised for certain groups of sinners.
For example, his invention of a vestergole to hell for the neutral angels and lukewarm humans who never took sides or clear decisions in matters of ethical and political significance while alive has no real precedent. In like manner, his generous salvation of the virtuous pagans, especially classical poets he loved, would probably find few supporters among the theologians. The fanciful idea that certain particularly grievous sinners could have their souls condemned to hell before their bodies died, and that their bodies could be inhabited temporarily by a devil, in effect, being an empty shell on earth while the soul was being tortured in hell, is a splendid invention, hard to match. Medieval man told time by the stars, but in hell there is no starlight. Yet Virgil manages to tell time in the dark. Damned souls in Dante's universe have the power to see the distant and near future, but not the present. While they may be capable of giving Dante prophecies about his future, they have no idea what is happening in the present. On the final judgment day, time will end and they will lose the consciousness of anything other than their sin and their eternal punishment. God's goodness prohibits the blessed in heaven from feeling compassion or pity for the damned, since such a sentiment would diminish their bliss in paradise. Hence, the damned have only one hope in hell, that Dante the Pilgrim will report favorable things of them in the world of the living. Earthly fame, as opposed to immortality in paradise, is their one desire. Conversely, true accounts of their sinfulness reported back to the living by Dante the Pilgrim represent their worst fears. But at the last judgment, time will dissolve, and this hope too will be lost. Many physical laws of hell seem strange. Dante has physical weight and is not a shade like Virgil. Yet Virgil can pick him up bodily. Nor do Virgil and Dante feel the punishments as they pass through them. Although the intensity of Dante's reaction to the sins he observes may also tell us something about the sins the poet feels are most typical of his own life and about the sins he most hates. Hell is reserved for the real hard cases, and there's no reason to waste compassion on them, something Dante the Pilgrims must learn. Even though the principle is not enunciated until the canticle is about to come to a close, the punishments everywhere in hell reflect the fact that they are either appropriate to the sin or, in some cases, are poetic reflections of the sin itself. The lustful are driven by the winds of passion, but held in an eternal and therefore hellish embrace. Hypocrites wear a heavy cloak of lead gilded by gold, just as their hypocrisy was covered by a golden tongue. Suicides who renounce their bodies now have their bodily shapes torn apart. Flatterers who made their way figuratively by ample applications of their tongues to the objects of their flattery are now immersed in human excrement produced by the same posteriors they so obsequiously kissed to further their nefarious causes. Dante's graphic depictions of the sins in hell tell his readers a great deal about the nature of evil, but they also reveal much to us about natures of the characters we encounter in the afterlife. A person's sins may summarize his or her natures. Reading the Inferno, a few caveats. An encounter with the Inferno, not to mention the rest of the epic, requires serious thought and work. This is a classic for which footnotes are essential,
and the bibliography provides a number of works that will assist the reader in understanding this incomparable work. Few works of imaginative literature so richly reward the effort required to read them. In the first place, putting aside the erudition and information that gives the reader a better understanding of the poem, Dante's Inferno is first and foremost a poem, a work of the imagination of one of the world's most gifted poets, and not a treatise in theology. It is an adventure story focusing upon a man named Dante. Thanks to his good connections in heaven with his former love object, a woman named Beatrice, who is now dead but residing in glory in paradise. Dante receives assistance from above to visit the afterlife in order to escape the dangers to his soul. The character Dante, Dante the Pilgrim, who will eventually become the author of the poem Dante the Poet, requires a guide. Beatrice sends him the classical poet Virgil, who resides in the limbo of the virtuous pagans, one of Dante's most ingenious poetic inventions. These are privileged people who have not received Christian baptism. Normally, such individuals would not be saved. But since so many of the virtuous pagans are great poets Dante admired, Dante arranges things in hell in such a way that they are saved, in spite of the doctrines of the Catholic Church. They have been saved because of the human significance and ideals expressed in their literary works. Through the course of the journey that takes Dante and Virgil through hell, an entire universe unfolds before our eyes. How best may we interpret this universe? The first and fundamental thing to remember about the Inferno is that Dante the Pilgrim, the traveler, must not be confused with Dante the poet. The poet describes this journey from the vantage point of having completed it and having reached paradise, while the pilgrim lacks the knowledge the poet has acquired. The reader of the poem is thus placed in the same position as the pilgrim. As the journey progresses, the pilgrim begins to learn, and it is the poet's hope that the reader will learn along with the pilgrim. There will be moments when the perspective of pilgrim and poet will diverge. In most cases, when this occurs, the reader will probably initially share the reactions of the pilgrim. In the 19th century, romantic readers of the Inferno valued Dante above all of the pathos they found in the passages where Dante the Pilgrim expressed his pity for the damned. The romantic discovery of Dante viewed him as the master of the poetry of sentiment. Accordingly, romantic readers of the poem made heroic figures out of the lustful Francesca da Mirni, the heretical Farinata degli Uberti, and the silver-tongued Ulysses. Dante the Pilgrim certainly is impressed by such people and is fascinated by his conversations with them. He swoons out of pity for Francesca because of his own literary beginnings in the poetry of courtly love. As a citizen of Florence, the pilgrim is quite naturally interested in Farinata, since he saved his native city from destruction, and as a lover of classical literature, Dante the Pilgrim would have given anything to have read Homer's epic in Greek, and he would have never have passed up the opportunity to chat with Ulysses, Homer's most complex character and, in the poet's view, the archetypal evil counselor. Contemporary critics have managed to agree on at least a general piece of advice about reading the Inferno, and the judgments of Dante the Pilgrim must be distinguished from those of Dante the poet. While the pilgrim may be sentimental and compassionate over souls he encounters, the poet shares the vantage point of God and the verdict of eternity. The poet's condemnation of sin is as relentless and as unforgiving as that of God. Unlike Milton in Paradise Lost, Dante would never have imagined that the ways of God need to be justified to man,
and he would never have conceived of a Lucifer that could even mistakenly be taken as an epic hero. Of crucial importance is the moral development of the pilgrim as the poem unfolds. Eventually, by the time the pilgrim spies Lucifer, he has begun to share the vantage point of his marker, Dante the poet, who in turn shares that of the divine creator. This moral development, based on the education and experience of the pilgrim that Dante the poet hopes will be replicated in the reader, represents the major theme of the entire work. A second important consideration concerns the vexing issue of allegory in medieval poetry. Dante constantly insists that what he saw in A Journey Through the Afterlife was true. As Charles S. Singleton, one of Dante's greatest American interpreters, never tired of emphasizing, the key fiction of the Divine Comedy is that the poem is true. Dante wants his readers to believe that what they see, feel, and hear in his poem did actually occur. The work is not just an intellectual pastime for an exiled intellectual. Medieval literature is often described as the literature of allegory. In an allegorical reading of the Inferno, the reader would constantly be forced to identify characters with abstract ideas. Dante is every man. Virgil is human, reason, and so forth. Everything in the poem would thus become a vast impersonal puzzle. The reader's function would involve identifying what each of the characters stood for and observing the relationships and interplay among them. The result would be a lifting of the veil of allegory and a revealing or uncovering of the secret meaning underneath. That concealed meaning would, of necessity, involve an even more abstract kind of idea: love, death, evil, sin, hearsay, treachery, and so forth. However, such allegorical abstractions are simply not what Dante's great poem is all about. To understand Dante's position on allegory and historical truth, it is first necessary to understand that the serious medieval thinkers, the theologians, the philosophers, not poets, considered poetry to be a fiction that did not tell the truth. Quite rightly, allegorical poems that use characters to represent abstract qualities could not literally true and were considered fables in the pejorative sense. Dante wanted his reader, including serious thinkers, to consider his poem to be a true account of an actual journey. Even if the reader willfully suspends his or her disbelief in the reality of the poem's actions and believes that this fantastical journey actually took place, a traditional allegorical poem would simply not serve his purpose, for it would place more emphasis on the abstract ideas contained in the poem than on the characters themselves. The method that Dante employed in his work, and one that suggests the late letter to Con Grande della Scala, is quite different from the traditional allegory typical of works such as the Romance of the Rose of or Pilgrim's Progress. Contrary to the allegory of the poets, Dante accepted, at least in part, what was known as the allegory of the theologians. This involved bearing in mind four possible senses of a text: the historical or literal, the allegorical, the moral or tropological, and the anagogical. Such a method, derived from reading Holy Scriptures, particularly the relationship between the historical and the allegorical senses. For example, in most Christian services, regardless of the denomination and the ritual requires a reading of a passage from the Old Testament, followed by or juxtaposed to a reading of a passage from the New Testament. In most cases, the Old Testament text
prefigures or anticipates that of the New Testament, which fulfills or explains elements of the Old Testament. The classic example of how these four senses operate may be taken from the event that Dante himself refers to in Purgatory in second, in lines 46 to 47. There, an angelic boatman, the counterpart to the infernal Charon, delivers souls to the shore of Purgatory. As the souls arrive, they sing in Latin the words from the Vulgate: In exitu Israele de Ergerto, when Israel out of Egypt came. A biblical citation from Psalm 114. What are we to make of this moment in the poem? According to the four senses of the allegory of the theologians, we can read the passage in various ways. The event celebrated by the souls about to undergo purgation points us to the exodus of the Hebrews led by Moses. This event was and is historically and literally true. However, leading the Hebrews out of captivity may be explained allegorically as a prefiguration of Christ's redemption of lost souls, bringing mankind out of bondage to sin. In a real sense, then, Christ fulfills Moses, and Moses prefigures or foreshadows Christ. This kind of figural interpretation is common to Christian thought. It explains why Job's suffering might be compared to Christ's passion, why Jonah's 3 days in the whale's belly was frequently compared to Christ's resurrection 3 days after the crucifixion, and why Abraham's sacrifice of Isaac could be viewed as a prefiguration of God's sacrifice of his own son. Jesus, in the case of Jonah, Christ even refers to the story in the Bible, Matthew 12:40, as a prefiguration of what will happen to him. And in the Gospels, Christ consciously seeks to fulfill the prophecies of the Old Testament. Such a figural realism, as the literary historian Erik Orbark has labeled it, makes sense from a Christian point of view, and it is one kind of meaning that Dante certainly understood and employed on occasion in his poem, when another medieval poet might have employed traditional allegory. Another interesting example of this kind of figural realism may be demonstrated by an analysis of why Dante places Carto of Iorteca, a suicide and a pagan who died before the birth of Christ, in Canto First of Purgatory, rather than either in Canto 13 of Inferno, the spot reserved for suicides, or in the limbo of the virtuous pagans, applying the principles of figural realism. Orbach has argued persuasively that Cato fulfills in the afterlife his historical identity on earth. Once the embodiment of love for political freedom, he now constitutes a figural symbol for the freedom of the immortal soul. Dante's counterintuitive treatments of such pagans as Virgil or Cato point us to the final house rule of his poem. Our poet does not concern himself overly much with consistency. He makes the rules to fit his poetic design, not to satisfy logicians, philosophers, theologians, historians, or politicians. Thus, it comes as no surprise that Dante damns a Pope Boniface VIII, even before his death. Such is a perfectly logical act of poetic invention, or perhaps revelation, in a hell created to follow Dante's own fantasy. Returning to the four senses of a text, the third and fourth senses, the moral or tropological and the anagogical sense, always seem more ambiguous. If we take our example from Exodus, the moral sense would refer to the soul of the individual Christian seeking an exodus from a life of sin in the present. The anagogical sense would refer to the end of time after the last judgment, when the saved believe they will arrive in the promised land. For Christians, this is heaven and not the land of Israel. Frankly, Dante infrequently concerns himself with the third and fourth sense of a text,
for he is most fascinated by suggesting always in which historical events, ideas, or characters may suggest, foreshadow, prefigure other interesting events, ideas, or characters. The best advice to the reader of the Divine Comedy in general, to the Inferno in particular, is to pay attention to the literal sense of the poem. The greatest poetry in Dante resides in the literal sense of the work. The greatest poetry in Dante resides in the literal sense of the work, its graphic descriptions of the sinners, their characters, and their punishments. In like manner, the greatest and most satisfying intellectual achievement of the poem comes from the reader's understanding and not necessarily agreement with Dante's complex view of morality or the sinful world that God's punishment is designed to correct. In most cases, a concrete appreciation of the small details of his poem will almost always lead to surpassing but satisfying discoveries about the universe Dante's poetry has created. We read the classics because they offer us different perspectives on timeless questions. Very few people today who encounter the Divine Comedy, even Catholics, accept most of Dante's assumptions about the universe. We have gone from the Ptolemaic universe Dante understood through the Newtonian universe that overturned the classical and medieval world views and into the Einsteinian universe of black holes and relativity. In religion, we have experienced the complete schism of a single Christian church after the Reformation into many different Christian churches. And while Western society is clearly more secular in spirit than was the Florence of Dante's day, other non Christian cultures seem to be returning to religious fundamentalism not seen in the West for centuries. The confusing politics involving the petty squabbles of Gurliff and Gerbellerne have long since vanished and have been submerged since Dante's day by various kinds of political systems, most of which are far worse than those he experienced. Perhaps Dante might recognize a similarity between the nascent capitalism of medieval Florence and our own contemporary multinational economic system, both produced inordinate and unexpected quantities of wealth, although neither ever arrived at a fully equitable means of distributing it. And both economic systems have suffered periodical and frequent cyclical waves of boom and bust that sometimes threaten the lives and fortunes of those who depend on them. Dante would not have been surprised by the many religious, social, political, scientific, intellectual, or economic changes that have taken place since his times. He would only have been surprised if the characters that inhabit his Inferno seemed dated, almost denizens of another planet. But of course, Dante's characters are all too contemporary. It would not be difficult to compile a list of our acquaintances or colleagues and to place them in the appropriate places in hell. More difficult, perhaps, would be a similar assignment of those we know to appropriate places in purgatory or paradise. What explains our contemporary fascination with Dante is his attitude towards his characters. As members of a liberal, diverse, and tolerant culture, typical of 21st century democracies, at least in our ideals, we tend to see everything and everyone from a variety of positive perspectives. We are asked to respect those with whom we disagree. The French maxim says it all. Tout comprendre, certes tout Perdonar. To understand all is to forgive all. Dante stands entirely outside such a civilized, politically correct perspective. For him, understanding does not imply justification. And Dante is the most judgmental of all poets. He believes that civilization involves understanding, an act of the intellect. But for Dante, understanding leads inevitably to evaluation, judgment, and the assumptions of a moral position based on very simple but immutable ethical and religious precepts. No situational ethics. No, I'm okay, you're okay. No automatic and naive acceptance of every point of view, no matter how ill founded. His energy derives from moral indignation, indignation about the corruption of the church, about the corruption of Florence and most Italian or European cities, about the weakness of the Holy Roman Empire, and about the general wretched state of humanity. But his genius is based on something even more precious and more unusual, his love for truth and his ability to express it in timeless poetic form. Peter Bondanella. Peter Bondanella is distinguished professor of comparative literature and Italian and Indian University and a past president of the American Association for Italian Studies. His publications include a number of translations of Italian classics, books on Italian Renaissance literature. Those first two books were Machiavelli and Vasari. The books on Italian Renaissance literature is Machiavelli, Guicciardini, Guicciardini, and Italian cinema, post-war Italian cinema, Fellini, Rossellini, and a dictionary of Italian literature. At present, he is completing a book entitled Hollywood Italians, Dargos, Palucas, Romeros, Wise Guys, and Sopranos, a history of how Italian Americans have been depicted in American cinema. And now we can actually jump into the actual book. Let's go back here real quick. That was the picture that it was showing. I'm going to get some light a little closer here. That's that cone-shaped depiction on hell. Just in case you wanted to grab a screenshot or something and didn't, right quick. And this is the first illustration of Dante in the Woods. All right.
We're going to start just a little bit. We're not going to go deep into the book just yet. But we're going to read a little bit. Midway upon the journey of our life, I found myself within a forest dark, for the straightforward pathway had been lost. Ah me, how hard a thing it is to say. What was this for a savage, rough and stern, which in the very thought renews the fear? So bitter is it, death is little more, but of the good to treat which there I found, speak will I of the other things I saw there. I cannot well repeat how there I entered, so full was I of slumber at the moment in which I had abandoned the true way. But after I had reached a mountain's foot, at that point where the valley terminated, which had with consternation pierced my heart, upward I looked, and I beheld its shoulders, vested already with that planet's rays which leadeth others right by every road. Then was the fear a little quieted, that in my heart's lake had endured throughout the night which I had passed so piteously. And even as he who with distressful breath forth issued from the sea upon the shore turns to the water perilous and gazes, so did my soul that still was fleeing onward turn itself back to re-behold the past, which never yet a living person left. After my weary body I had rested, the way resumed, I on the desert slope, so that the firm foot ever was the lower. And lo, almost where the ascent began, a panther's light and swift exceedingly, which with a spotted skin was covered o'er, and never moved she from before my face. Nay, rather did impede so much my way, that many times I to return had turned. The time was the beginning of the morning, and up the sun was mounting with those stars that with him were. What time the love divine at first in motion set those beauteous things. So were to me occasion of good hope the variegated skin of that wild beast, the hour of time and the delicious season, but not so much that did not give me fear, a lion's aspect which appeared to me. He seemed as if against me he were coming, with head uplifted and with ravenous hunger, so that it seemed the air was afraid of him. And a she-wolf, that withal hungering, seemed to be laden in her meagreness, and many folk has cause to live forlorn. She brought upon me so much heaviness, with the affright that from her aspect came, that I the hope relinquished of the height. And as he is who willingly acquires, and the time comes that causes him to lose, who weeps in all his thoughts and is despondent. Such made me that beast without and peace, which coming on against me by degrees, thrust me back thither where the sun is silent. Why, I was rushing downward to the lowland, before mine eyes did one present himself, who seemed from long continued silence hoarse. When I beheld him in the desert vast, have pity on me. Unto him I cried, which role thou art, or shade, or real man? He answered me, not man. Man once I was, and both my parents were of Lombardy and Manturans by country, both of them. Sub Julio was I born, thought it was late, and lived at Rome under the good Augustus, during the time of false lying gods. A poet was I, and I sang that just son of Varcherises, who came forth from Troy, after that Ilion the superb was burned. But thou, why goest thou back to such annoyance? Why climb thou not the mount delectable, which is the source and cause of every joy? Now art thou that Virgilius sat on the fountain which spreads abroad so wide a river of speech? I made response to him with bashful forehead.
Oh, of the other poets honor and light, and me the long study and great love that have impelled me to explore thy volume. Thou art my master and my author, thou art alone the one from whom I took the beautiful style that has done honor to me. Behold the beast for which I have turned back. Do thou protect me from her famous sage, for she doth make my veins and pulse tremble. Thee it behooves to take another road, responded he when he beheld me weeping. If from this savage place thou wouldest escape, because this beast at which thou criest out suffers not any one to pass her way, but so doth harass him that she destroys him, and has a nature so malign and ruthless that never doth she glut her greedy will, and after food is hungrier than before. Many the animals with whom she weds, and more they shall be still, until the greyhound comes, who shall make her perish in her pain. He shall not feed on either earth or pelf, but upon wisdom and on love and virtue. Twixt Feltro and Feltro shall his nation be. Of that low Italy shall he be the savior, on whose account the maid Camilla died. Iorialus tornus nisus of their wounds. Though every city shall he hunt her down until he shall have driven her back to hell. There from whence envy first did let her loose, therefore I think and judge it for thy best. Thou follow me, and I will be thy guide, and lead thee hence thou through the eternal place, where thou shalt hear the desperate lamentations, shalt see the ancient spirits disconsolate, who cry out each one for the second death. And thou shalt see those who contended are within the fire, because they hope to come, whene'er it may be, to the blessed people, to whom then, if thou wishest to ascend, a soul shall be for that than I more worthy. With her at my departure I will leave thee, because the emperor who reigns above, in that I was rebellious to his law, wills that through me none come into the city. He governs everyone, and there he reigns. There is his city and his lofty throne. Happy he whom here thereto he elects. And I to him, poet, I thee entreat, by that same God whom thou didst never know, so that I may escape this woe, and worse, thou wouldest conduct me there where thou hast said, that I may see the portal of St. Peter, and those thou makest so disconsolate. Then he moved on, that I behind him followed. Day was departing, and embrowned air released the animals that are on earth from their fatigues, and I, the only one, made myself ready to sustain the war, both of the way and likewise of the woe, which memory shall retrace that erred not. O muses, O high genius, now assist me. O memory that didst write down what I say, here thy nobility shall be manifest. And I began, poet, who guidest me, regarded my manhood, if it be sufficient, ere to the arduous pass thou dost confide me. Thou sayest that of Silvius the parent, while yet corruptible unto the world, immortal went, and was there bodily, but if the adversary of all evil was courteous, thinking of the high effect that issue would from him, and who and what to men and intellect unmeet it seems not. For he was of great Rome, and of her empire, in the imperial heaven his father chosen, which and what, wishing to speak the truth, were established as the holy place wherein sits the successor of the great Peter. Upon this journey whence thou givest him vaunt, things did he hear which the occasion were, both of his victory in the papal mantle. Thither went afterwards the chosen vessel, to bring back comfort thence unto that faith which of salvation's way is the beginning. But I, why thither come, or who concedes it? I not Ananias am, I am not Paul, nor I, nor others think me worthy of it. Therefore, if I resign myself to come, I fear the coming may be ill advised. Thou art wise, and knowest better than I speak, and as he is, who unwills what he willed, and by the new thoughts doth his intentions change, so that from his designs he quite withdraws. Such I became upon that dark hillside, because in thinking I consumed the emprise, which was so very prompt in the beginning. If I have well thy language understood, replied that shade of the magnanimous, thy soul attained is with cowardice, which may many times a man encumber so. It turns him back from the honored enterprises. False sight doth a beast when he is shy. That thou mayest free thee from this apprehension, I tell thee why I came, and what I heard at the first moment when I grieved for thee. Among those who was I who are in suspense, and a fair saintly lady called to me in such wise. I besought her to command me. Her eyes were shining brighter than the star, and she began to say gentle and low, with voice angelical in her own language. O spirit courteous of Mantua, of whom the fame still in the world endures and shall endure long lasting as the world, a friend of mine, and not the friend of fortune, upon the desert slope is so impeded upon his way that he has turned through terror, and may I fear already be so lost that I too late have risen to his succor from that which I have heard of him in heaven. Bestir thee now, and with thy speech ornate, and with what needful is for this release, assist him so that I may be consoled. Beatrice am I, who do bid thee go. I come from there, where I would fain return. Love move me, which compelleth me to speak, when I shall be in presence of my Lord. Full often will I praise thee unto him. Then paused she, and thereafter I began. O Lady of Virtue, thou alone, thou whom the human race exceedeth all contained, within the heaven that has the lesser circles, so grateful unto me is thy commandment. To obey, if 'twere already done, were late. No farther needest thou open to me thy wish, but the cause tell me why thou dost not shun. And here descending down into the center from the vast place thou burnest to return to, since thou wouldest fain so inwardly discern, briefly will I relate, she answered me. Why, I am not afraid to enter here of those things, only should one be afraid which have the power of doing others harm. Of the rest, no, because they are not fearful. God in his mercy such created me, that misery of yours attains me not. Not any flame assails me of this burning. A gentle lady is in heaven, who grieves at this impediment to which I send thee, so that stem judgment there above is broken. In her entreaty she besought Lucia, and said, Thy faithful one now stands in need of thee, and unto thee I recommend him. Lucia, foe of all that is cruel is, hastened away, and came unto that place where I was sitting with the ancient Rachel. Beatrice, said she, the true praise of God, why succourest thou not him, who loved thee so? For thee he issued from the vulgar herd. Dost thou not hear the pity of his plaint? Dost thou not see the death that combats him beside that flood? Where ocean has no vaunt, never were persons in the world so swift to work their weal and to escape their woe, as I after such words as these were uttered, came hither downward from my blessed seat, confiding in thy dignified discourse, which honors thee and those who've listened to it. After she thus had spoken unto me, weeping her shining eyes, she turned away, whereby she made me swifter in my coming. And unto thee I came as she desired. I have delivered thee from that wild beast which barred the beautiful mountain's short ascent. What is it then? Why? Why dost thou delay? Why is such baseness bedded in thy heart, daring and hardihood? Why hast thou not? Seeing that three such ladies, Bernadette, are caring for thee in the court of heaven, and so much good to my speech doth promise thee, even as the flowerets by nocturnal chill bow down and closed when the sun whitens them, uplift themselves all open on their stems. Such I became with my exhausted strength, and such good courage to my heart there coursed, that I began like an intrepid person. O she compassionate who succored me, and courteous thou who hast obeyed so soon the words of truth which she addressed to thee. Thou hast my heart so with desire disposed to the adventure with these words of thine, that to my first intent I have returned. Now go, for one sole will is in us both. Thou leader, and thou Lord and Master thou. Thus said I to him, and when he had moved, I entered on the deep and savage way.
And this is a picture of the darkening sky of the first night. As it is about that time. I hope you've enjoyed today. And we're going to keep reading the rest of that tomorrow, and the next day, and the next day, and the next day until we finish it. And I'd like to thank you for hanging out with me. I appreciate your time. I appreciate your comments, your love, your happiness, your goodness. I'll read one last thing. This is my own. This is my own. Stomp upon this ground, that mother hears our sound. No more tyranny nor villainy. Pray with thunderous hearts. Our dance is ethereal art. Form the circle, unite hands, accelerating our DNA strands. This can last, they burned us fast. A wounded knee healed, dance the resurrection sealed. Our eagles fly, our ancestors cry. Sight the light, no more fright. Upon blood, stone, and bone, we never walk alone. No more trail of tears, bygone are those years, absent are we of fears. Donna de Guay. And again, thank you for being with us today. Have a blessed day, and until next time.